Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Clash of Giants Season 6. Once again, this is Ruthless Esports. My name is Contra, and joining me is my friend, Donna Visca. I'm so excited to be casting today. It's been a long while, Donna. How are you doing?
Oh, I'm doing great, especially like watching all of the matches yesterday at the last day of Group C and on the group stage of the Clash of Giants. It was really entertaining and also super exciting matches that we've been watching. How about you, Contra? We've been like it's been like years, I believe, like since the last time we met each other, because like we met at ISF at Bali, I believe.
Oh yeah, it's been like 2 years already. We go way back, and I think things have been really great. And I was also casting like a couple days ago, where I managed to get the coverage for what I do believe to be Group A or Group B. I gotta recall. It's been a little while, but it is action-packed here in the Clash of Giants, and we have a lot of amazing teams from all around the world. So I can't wait to get started. And of course, we are already in survival stage. So only the best and fittest team will make it to the grand finals.
Yeah, exactly. And they are gonna competing up against the best teams from each group, between like Group A, B, and also C, that we've been witnessed all together, because like we've picked top 3 teams in each group to get a spot directly to the grand final. So, ladies and gentlemen, once again, this is gonna be like our first day of the survival stage, because we're gonna have like 3 full days of the survival stage, and then after that, we're gonna see, I believe, 18 teams to have like one last shot and the last chance, and then the top 2 teams throughout all the survival stage is gonna have like 2 spot directly to the grand finals.
You're absolutely right, Donna. Like, we have already seen certain teams say goodbye to us for the group stage, which is rather sad, because we have a lot of all these heavy favorites that might not actually get to play throughout the grand finals. But tell you guys what, don't worry, because if you guys vote as well as support your favorite team, and with some mechanics, which, you know, the Ruthless Hype guys will tell you how to vote for your favorite team, maybe your favorite team will still get to play in the finals. How about that?
Yeah, for sure. And usually like the voting is gonna be held by the end of the stages, I believe. Yeah, that's the usual case that we have in Ruthless Hype Esports tournaments. So we witnessed the group stage already, which you guys already know, because like we have another prize pool to give for all of the participants here, and also like another thousands of dollars worth of the prize pool and the grand finals. And in terms of point system, there's no change, or like there's no different at all in terms of point system comparing to the other tournaments, especially in the official tournaments.
Absolutely right. And this time, the winner of the survival stage will walk away with $650, and then that's where they will go ahead to fight in the grand finals for that big lion share of $2,500 for the top spot. But we definitely want to witness which teams will be able to top the groups of each respective groups that we do have so far. So right now, in each respective group, we have in Group A, Alter Ego, Ares, ASI8, DRX, Infinity, and all these big names all across Southeast Asia, as well as APAC. In Group B, I believe that we also have a lot of favorite teams as well.
Yep. One of them may be like Team 40, who has been doing really great at the last matches of yesterday, and also like maybe one of the if I can say, the best team in Southeast Asia, because they won 2 PMSL back-to-back, which is Boom Esports, alongside with another big names as well. And one of the community team from Indonesia, I mean, which is Team Pandem, who has been like gathering all of the resources that they got, and also make their way into like the PMSL scenes, and they've been doing really great also. And also we're gonna see about the rosters here. Alter Ego Ares is also like one of the best team in Indonesia, because alongside with Boom Esports, they also like win twice in PMSL Southeast Asia.
That's right. Alter Ego is still one of the hot favorites out there. I see that they do have a few players added to their roster. I'm not sure if we're going to see any of these new names play, but I think like we'll get the usual suspect like Rosemary and Co. Meanwhile, we also do have interesting names like MIUMIU Gaming hailing in from Vietnam, where some of the players might have actually had some good seasons back in their own region. Whereas Sem9 is also coming in with a little bit changes to their rosters as well, adding Trexie and as well as a few more names. Whereas VOIN Donkey, I think things are looking stock standard. They're still a very solid team to contend in this format.
Yeah, because also actually especially because we've already watched like all of the action that VOIN Donkey has delivered to us in the PMGC. They are the only Indonesian team, and not only Indonesian team but also Southeast Asian team who have securing the slot or the spot for playing in the grand final at the PMGC last season. So we've already seen like all of the teams that is contained in the group A, B, and also C, and we're gonna see and we're gonna watch all of the action that is gonna brought to you by all of these amazing teams in a round robin format for the survival stage, which means we gotta watch all of these teams competing up against each other in every matches every single day throughout all 3 days of survival stage.
Yeah, what's also really interesting to me is that I was trying to figure out certain key names, and like especially for the Malaysian region, there's this new team called New Era. I wonder who was actually playing inside, and it looks to me that it was all ex-members of Geek Fam Malaysia, which is a very solid roster as well. So it's really interesting because recently Geek Fam announced that they released their roster. It seems like they have already formed a new alliance, but speaking of alliance, we also do have Celcom DJ Alliance, also another big name here in the Malaysian scene. Whereas heavy hitters from Group C, there's a whole lot of Southeast Asian teams like RRQ, Ryu, Asia, Thailand, and also Dewa United.
Yes, alongside also with Vagabond Saudi here. And can you talk to me like a little bit more about New Era? Do you have like any idea who are the rosters? Because I am not updating the new roster quite yet for New Era. Do you have names for me?
I think like a few of the names would be Snipes, as well as, if I'm not mistaken, that's Damroot. It could be Damn Cutie. There's like two players with the same name that says Dam in the front, but like it could be Cutie, it could be Damroot. But if it's Damroot, I think like you'll be a lot more familiar with how he played maybe a couple of PMSLs ago. But of course, when they are all stacked up here in the global stage, I think like it's all about who really gets a really good momentum, who has already got all that synergy going. Because when you have a new roster as well as a new team, sometimes things actually will be shifting in terms of dynamics of how the team functions. So it can be pretty interesting, and it also goes to show that how much are these teams prepared in the off season to take on some of the official tournaments later on.
Yes, exactly. If I'm hearing names like Snipes and also Damroot, it's actually like kind of scary to hear those names like coming all together and also like forming a squad and competing again in the professional, or we can say like in the competitive scene, especially in Southeast Asia and also internationally. But of course, we're not only talking about the Southeast Asian team, right? Because they have to face like all of the powerhouses for all of the regions as well. Like maybe some of the teams, of course, from Nepal and also all of the South Asian teams as well that have been doing really great throughout all of the tournament. Not only in Ruthless tournaments, but in official tournaments as well. Like maybe we can say like PMGO and also PMSL in their own region, and also last but not least PMGC, of course.
That's true. And of course, it's a long way to go before we head to
Mhm.
PMGC because we're already starting off with
Yeah.
2025. I really do hope that this year we'll have a lot of explosive action and maybe big new surprises
Mhm.
where, over the past course of the year, we've seen a lot of dominating names like, for MV, and then you have Falcons Force, all these big squads hailing in from Mongolia that has
Mhm.
still been able to really shine bright in a lot of international events. But of course, there is some small little power shift in the global stage where we start to see new names emerge as champions overall, even including in PMGC. So I think perhaps that is actually a shining light to inspire a lot of all these other teams that's been fighting, for the past couple of years, or maybe they just
Mhm.
started that journey, months ago. They can actually go all the way to the PMGC. So of course, there are teams that have already qualified to the grand finals via the group stages. So it was the top three of Group A, B, as well as C that
Yep.
makes it true. And that being said, we have Red Force, NS, For Medical Vibes, E Arena, DRS, Talent Esports, HNE, RD, TTK, and Hora Esports.
Yes, and also throughout all the last chance and also survival stage, we're gonna search for another 9 teams to compete up against all of the teams that has been qualified through the group stage directly to the grand final. So it is, I believe, gonna be an uphill battle for all of the 27 teams who's gonna competing in this survival stage, because we're only gonna pick top 2 once again in the survival stage, and then the 3rd to 20th position will gonna have their one last shot in the last chance, whereas the bottom 7 of the survival stage is gonna be disqualified or eliminated out of the tournament.
Yeah, that also means that there is a lot of chances available, so long as you're not at the bottom 6 or so throughout this whole course of the last chance, as well as this survival stage overall, then they will be able to make it through. Else, they'll have to actually to have a little bit more of a longer break before their own regional tournament actually start. But I'm excited. You were mentioning there's 27 teams. That means we have a lot to cover right here.
Yeah.
But each respective round, I guess we get like 16, 18 teams. Well, we'll check it out later on. But is there a certain favorite of yours looking into? You were casting Group C, and overall the top 3 has already qualified. Who do you think? Who else do you think in Group C will stand a very good chance going up against all these stacked rosters out there?
Actually, in terms of like the whole result of Group C alone, the 4th position were Alter Ego Ares. So maybe like they are gonna be like the one who's gonna be like a bigger opponent here. But looking at the maybe micro games and also the overall gameplay of the teams, I'm rooting for 40 actually. Team 40 was really giving a interesting matchups and also interesting gameplay. Maybe like they are only placed in the 5th position with 130 total points, but in each games that I've watched, like in the last day of Group C, they've been doing really great. Consistency is the key for Team 40, even though like they didn't have like winner chicken dinner, I believe, for yesterday. But yeah, I'm waiting for like to watch some more action coming from a Team 40, and maybe another team. I can say 7th Element. I have a high hope for them.
Oh yeah, they have been pretty explosive as well. I'm really hoping to actually witness them perform for the very first time for myself, at least, because I've heard a lot about them, that they're really coming in pretty hot into this Clash of Giants. Whereas back into the other groups that I was covering, it really seemed like it was a very tight competition between some of all these teams. Whereas Falcons, they were not really looking as hot. I hope that
Yep.
from here onwards, they will be able to show us their true form. But
Yeah.
of course, we start off today's match in Erangel, then followed by Miramar. I guess we'll rotate in between the same two maps all the way to match 6, where we will end in Miramar. So I think like this form of format without Sanok makes things a little bit more comfortable for all the teams out there.
Yeah, for all the teams. But I'm quite sad because I I
You love
can't like
Sanok?
watch Sanok. Yeah, I love watching. I love watching Sanok because like Sanok has been really entertaining to watch. But maybe playing in a Sanhawk for like a whole 18 teams a match, I believe, or 18 teams a map is gonna be like very hard for all of the teams. So maybe like we cannot like see Sanhawk in this time. So yeah, we're gonna have fun to watch all of the action from all of the teams here in Erangel and also Miramar as well. But one of the things that really interesting that you said early on, or like you mentioned early on about Falcon, is actually like everybody's been waiting for Falcon to take more explosive actions, because like we've witnessed all of the craziness that they've been delivered to us, like all of the years that they've been putting on PUBG Mobile competitive scene, right? In the last season of PMGC Turkey, they've almost won the title. They've almost like become the champion, but yeah, everything going flip out for Falcon in the last games of the last day of PMGC 2023, I believe. So
Yeah.
after that, maybe 2024 in EWC or PMWC. Yes, PUBG Mobile World Cup. I kind of forget like PMWC. Yes, because like the before PMWC, we have the name is PMWI, right? Yeah, they changed the name like last year. So since like maybe PMGO and also PMWC, we haven't been able to see the real Falcon that usually have like a very, very explosive gameplay and also very impressive gameplay.
Yeah, I think eventually we'll get there. Usually when it comes down to whether in off-season tournament, they don't really show like 100% of their cards, but when it's the grand finals, that's where you will see them really go for those big numbers out there.
Yeah.
So that being said, I guess like it's prediction time. So you know,
we won once already.
I'm lucky. I'm very, very lucky where I voted for DRS for the very last 2 games, and I managed to get 1. So this is your chance, Donna. Go ahead, pick your team. What do you think is gonna...
Which group is gonna play in Erangel? Is it like A versus B? Yeah, okay. A and B is gonna play in the first Erangel. So I'm maybe I'm gonna start the day kinda heavy towards Indonesian teams, because yesterday I didn't do it. So maybe this time Alter Ego Ares.
All right, so let's have a glimpse of Group A as well as B, just for me to recap as well. Alter Ego Ares is your choice, and of course, mine will actually be DRX. It's also from Group A, where they've only gotten really close into qualifying directly to the Grand Finals. They were number 4, so I'm actually thinking that they have really good chances here, so long as they maintain their consistent performance, which we will expect a whole lot coming from a team that has played in the global series anyways. So that being said, in Group B, it's also super stacked. And what's also interesting is for the fact that you mentioned Indonesian teams. We have a whole lot of Indonesian teams in both Group A as well as Group B facing off against each other. Do you think that's a good thing, or do you think that's kind of like a bad thing because they kind of need to take each other out?
Oh, it's always a good thing to see like they are up against each other like every time in every map as well, because like it's good for them actually, right? To like really have a practice to compete up against each other here, especially maybe looking up or I'm gonna point out for Team Pandem, because Team Pandem is actually gonna play in PMNC Indonesia, I believe, for like tomorrow is gonna be the first day of the MNC Indonesia. So yeah, it's gonna be like a very good practice situation for Team Pandem as well, because once they were like the community team only who has been securing the spot to PMSL and also like make their way into the professional internationally in terms of like PUBG Mobile scene. So it's been a really great journey for Team Pandem as well. That's the thing that I can point out about this team.
Yeah, I think like throughout the course of the past year and stuff, Pandem definitely have shown us so much strength in their strides, where they've managed to really prove themselves worthy, to the point that even when they during the EWCU, people were interviewing players out there. They say, which team should you look out for? A lot of them say Team Pandem, because they are that strong. So yeah. I think like that's where like we want to see 2025. Do they look the same? Can they actually maintain the form of tempo? And of course, our dear production has voted for ASL to make it through to be one of the representatives coming in from South Asia, as well as Nepal. So I really want to see, you know, what ASL could do to get themselves into the grand finals. Else, you know, there's only so many teams that makes it to the finals. Some has to play the survival stage. Let's just hope that some of our favorite teams don't get disqualified being at the bottom overall. So that being said, I guess it's not even to the point of last chance qualifiers just yet. So I think there's a lot of room for these teams to really work on, you know, whether it's mistakes, rotations, so they can have some time to figure it out.
Yeah, especially competing to each other in a round robin format with this whole bunch of like the other great teams in the world, right? Basically, in every map or in every game is gonna be like a different style, a different strategy that they need to apply to themselves, because in every map or in every match, they're gonna facing a whole another teams, right? So. Oh, maybe I'm just gonna like correct myself a little bit here. The one that is gonna competing in PMNC, yes, tomorrow is gonna be like Team Glue from Indonesia, which is like they are in the Group A of survival stage rather than Team Pandem. So yeah, that's the thing that I'm gonna correct myself for. So yeah, we're gonna see, especially me, who's gonna watch all of the what they got in this tournament as well. So talking about maybe DRX, it is actually like a very interesting team. Maybe they're also like your lucky charm to win the prediction.
I hope so.
Thing.
We'll see about that.
So maybe we can see and wait also what they got in this tournament as well, because it is very interesting to see and to witness the Korean team is actually having a really good time and is actually having a really good journey, especially throughout the second half of 2024, because like ever since the mid season, Korean team is actually rising. DRX and also D Plus Kia are the teams that has been like doing really great.
Yeah, I certainly agree with that. And I think like it also goes to show that they have very strong coaches behind their back, where in such a short duration, you see that massive improvement. Now, of course, that being said, I'll continue with that story because we are about to begin our first game of the day. This is Clash of Giants. Hit that subscribe button here on Roop.
Once again, welcome to the first Erangel of the day. We're gonna kickstart the game. We're gonna kickstart the survival stage with teams from Group A and also Group B in this survival stage, where the flight path is gonna customize the half of the map itself, and it is like a diagonal, more like diagonal kind of flight path. And actually talking about the flight path itself, how it is dividing the north west and also the southwest area of the Erangel in a fairly in a very way. So we're gonna see also the second thing that is more important here is about the drop zone or like the drop spot for all of the teams here, where the team Falcon is actually having their actually usual spot here in Novo Repnoye, Pandum. They're gonna proceeding their way into Sosnovka military base, I believe, and that was actually their usual spot as well. Where the other teams, like maybe I'm gonna point out some other Indonesian team, Boom Esports is like their usual spot as well in Rozok area, as well as maybe Alter Ego, who actually have a really high. I mean, like they have quite a few options in terms of like drop zone, and they are going towards the Vodka now.
Oh boy, we're already starting off with a battle. It's the Savior versus AST, and we already see one member from AST being knocked. Here comes the rush coming in from the rest of the Savior, trying to actually look for a little something in return. Micro Uzi in his hand. He's gonna look for one, but it's gonna be Extreme that takes down Nate.
Oh my god, early engagement here. One man down and make it 2 for the Xavier. And the situation here from Abrupt Slayers and also the Xaviers, currently 3 versus 2 situation, but they actually have quite a bit of time to revive each other, revive the players that have been knocked down because they don't want to do a reckless movement. But oh boy, I believe one of the players from the Xavier got a really nice shot to knock down one more player from ASL. But once again, it is actually like they still have quite some space and time to revive each other, but they want to eliminate all of the players as soon as possible.
Yeah, it's such a chaotic situation where sometimes you got to think, like, is that revive going to cost you a lot when somebody else is pushing? But right now, finally, they do have the time to go in for the pickup. So the Savior back on foot, but they only have 2 members left. Levi still right down below, and then here goes another pickup, cuz with a swift movement. And this is why Abrupt Slayers have been one of the fastest attacking teams out there in the field. As voted by production, hoping that they won't get that chicken dinner, but they first have to win this fight. Joker only has so little health left, and Nate managed to go in to clean up this fight with only 1 HP left.
Oh my god, Pixel HP situation for Nate, and also he is doing all that he needs to do for now. Got back a little bit to heal himself up, and then continuing maybe to take the other teams, or I mean the other players from ASL. But the situation is not really ideal actually to fight against 4 players in the same time. And yes, with the bullet to Nate, the Xavier has been eliminated by Abrupt Slayers.
Wow, that was an insane fight. And the fact is that ASL, all 4 of their players are still alive.
Yeah.
Even despite those members being knocked earlier on, I thought at least the Savior would get maybe 1 point or even 2. Yeah. And at that final moment where you saw like the 2 members that were still alive, they're all super low. They don't really have any med packs, any first aid kit to actually heal up. I'm just really, really surprised on how it all unfolded in such a clean manner of that fight. Although it was like back and forth, but hey, that was a clean 4 points for ASL. Meanwhile, VOIN Tonki, while that fight was happening, they also claimed 4 points.
Yeah, 4 points, I believe, from Team Secret, because they are having like a really near drop zone area around farm, and also VOIN Donkey as well as Team ASL got a really clean, a big win here for elimination points without having to lose any members of the team. And they need to continue their journey here, because the first stage of the circle is going towards the northern area. Severny become like the center of the circles here. It is so good actually for Team ASI8, because they don't really need to go anywhere. They can like use all of the times to really make themselves rich in terms of like the looting and also the resources. But I'm talking about Severny area in this kind of circle. It is actually if ASI8 want to proceeding like into the late game, it is actually quite wise if they leave Severny area like maybe in the second or the third circle or the stage. I mean,
Yeah.
because like
Yeah.
yeah, because like team like Sem9 maybe who coming from Mount Salber is gonna become like one of the biggest opponent for them, and to hold on Severny area for such a long time is actually isn't really ideal. You might as well to like searching for another spot,
Mhm.
better spot outside of Severny in this earlier stages.
Yeah, I absolutely do agree that, Severny, as much as it's still a big town, but
Mm-hmm.
you kind of can get ambushed by certain other teams that wants to visit later on. And there are those players that like to camp around that hill or nearby shooting range that can still see a little bit of what's going on in Severny, which is why Severny is not really the safest spot to be. So
Mm-hmm.
plenty of time for them to make decisions. So they can actually opt to maybe also take a little room nearby shooting range, or maybe further down into the south of the center area. There is still like the big warehouse by the hillside. That could also be a decent option. Now,
Yep.
let's talk about Glue Squad for a little bit because I did manage to cover their group. And
Mm-hmm.
to me, they are a super exciting team to watch. On the very final game, they managed to
Why is
get,
that?
I think, a total of 28 points.
Oh.
And majority of that comes from eliminations. So that goes to show that this team, they definitely do have the fire in them to really race to the top. So and on top of that, I love their jackets. I wish I could get one for myself. They're so
Yeah.
cool.
Yeah. They're like one of the team who has really interesting apparel. Like, you know what? One of their jersey is actually like kind of unusual. If you guys can check it out onto like their social media, because they have the pictures already there. Because yeah, this is like one of the most entertaining teams in Indonesia actually, in terms of like how they play and also their social media activities. Because the owner is actually like kind of comedian.
Ooh,
So that's why.
comedian.
Yeah.
Wow, that's a fun fact. I never knew. Okay, now I definitely will give them a follow later on once we're done with this match. Now, speaking of which, Glue, they rotated just in the perfect timing. They were moving into the deeper area of the circle and now find themselves close to another squad, which we'll actually have to check out. Will they be able to win against a team like DRX? Meanwhile, it's Falcons versus VOIN Donkey. VOIN Donkey over on top of the hill as they do have one member being knocked down. It's going to be FPS that will be able to find that kill instead. And I believe that to be top, to be the one that secures it. Players love to change their names in the offseason. I was so confused for a moment, but like, oh, okay, that is top. So that is pretty much the OG legend himself.
Yeah. We need to recall it like every names by every photo or picture that is available on our screens, right? But on the other side, we witnessed and we see some of the names being shown in the elimination feed. Pandem made up against Team ASL, and I believe Team ASL, who's proceeding their way into the zone or the safe zone here, met Team Pandem, and Team Pandem like can manage to get one elimination points towards Team ASL, which now have to continue their journey towards the southeast area of the circle with only 3 players. But now they have to face Team Falcon, the second team that they need to face. 1 player down from Team ASL, but they managed to get a trade out of that.
Wow, beautiful work. Abrupt Slayers are stacking points after winning out the duel between the Xavier. Now they take down Falcons as well. They are on a hunt and they are absolutely on a roll. 6 points in. And it's so unfortunate for Falcons. They met against VOIN Donkey and they have to force this rotation. And wasn't just the right time for them to even take a battle against Abrupt Slayers.
Yeah, and that was a quite fast, quite quick fight between Team Falcons and also Abrupt Slayers. But the thing is, Team Abrupt Slayer has a really heavy burden for them because they need to continue their journey towards south east area of the circles, where a lot of the teams is actually have touched down in the edge of the circles, like Pandem, and also I believe there are any Team VOIN Donkey also has been taken down the northern area of Rozok. So if Team ASL, which they only have 2 players remaining, want to continue their journey towards Rozok, it's gonna be a challenge, quite a challenge for Team ASL. So maybe for now they need to rethink their strategy. Maybe they want to get into the other area for now. But looking at the area, southeast and also eastern area is very, very crowded for now. So it's gonna be like, once again, a big challenge for ASL.
Yeah, it seems to be the case, and overall, it really seems like it is going to be a little bit of a tough spot to be at, especially for a lot of all the other squads who are right now in the blue zone. So it is going to be taking a while before they can actually find a clean rotation. Therefore, it is going to be a little bit of a standstill for a moment. Alter Ego Ares, they managed to spot some smoke cover, so they do know that there is a team being around, and that's going to be Team 4T, who I understand why you are also rooting for them, because they have some of the best players coming in from Pakistan. IQ, Naki, this is just some of the famous names that we've known and loved who can actually score a very high volume of kills, including Falak. But unfortunately, I believe Falak was taken out very early into this match, so they really have to really figure things out with a few members remaining.
Yeah, that's the thing about Team 40 for now. But now they have to face against Team Alter Ego, who has been collecting some of the knockdowns towards Team 40. And I believe there's 2 players remaining for Team 40 in the shooting area. It is actually the shooting area is kind of the same with Saverny, where if you hold the shooting area for too long, especially if the zone shifting is away from shooting area, is going to be quite a challenge for all of the teams that is going to be out from shooting area, because the terrain is quite challenging. It is kind of open, and the outside shooting area is like covered by the hills, like the higher altitude that can spot all the teams coming out of shooting area. So yeah, once again, it's gonna be quite a journey for all of the teams who's gonna get out from shooting area. But for now, we're gonna see the matchup between Team 79 and also ASI8. The players from ASI8 now been cooking up some grenades to maybe get entry knocked, 1 knockdown to Team 79, or maybe just zoning out Team 79's players to get out from their zone.
Oh boy, there's just so much going on around this shooting range area. Overall, it's just going to be a big migrations coming from the south side. We're going to just look at ASI making firm decisions where exactly to go, as well as hold. Actually spot up one over on the top side of the hill, trying to challenge the Infinity members while they are just by the edge of the zone. 7-9, they do have that free access over the top side. Meanwhile, DRX safely planted right directly in the center. They have a lot of work to do to really defend that spot, though. So we're about to see big eruption of the fight as we have Alter Ego Ares pushing right through, looking for members of 4T as they manage to secure one. Patika finds one, but it's not going to be just about enough, but the rest of AE has already arrived to the scene, receiving that big shot coming in from IQ.
Oh, it is going to be an interesting battle between Alter Ego Ares and also Team of 4T, because as we know, both of the teams has quite of a aim stars players here. Maybe Alpha is one of them as well from Alter Ego, which 4T, T2 for OP here being knocked down. And that's left IQQ alone, who's been eyed by one of the players from Team Flash, Young T, who sealed the elimination out of one player out of IQQ.
My. These
Oof.
teams, they're just really hanging by a thread right now. Boom Esports, they could slowly wait for these guys to eventually recuperate. Meanwhile, there's also Team Flash up above the shields. Perhaps Boom as well as Flash might even meet up with each other. Those nades are slowly dropping right in. MIUMIU's finding something in return, takes down Quarantine from 4GT. And over the spawning kill, they try to rush right through. There's only one member standing in the way, but they will go in for the revive. MIUMIU giving a little bit more support as they try to push right through. And it will be a perfect knock. But over the back, there is still going to be a member that tries to help, but they're a little bit too late though. BNT, what more can they actually do against teams? And he will be tried out by that perfect grenade. BNT now comes in for the flank, and it will be perfectly covered. Or C, they won the fight.
Oh my god. Blue squad is actually like kind of join the fight between 4C and also team MMG, and they are securing or stealing some of the elimination. But at the other hand, at the other side, we've witnessed all of the teams have been like moving around in the circle area, trying to find a better spot for them. But Tem9 here down to 2 players, but they still got space and time for them to really have revive the players from Sem9 who has been knocked down, where Yuhai, one of the rusher from Sem9, one of the best players as well from Southeast Asia, trying to cover all of the teammates while doing the revive, because he don't want Team ASIA to really getting into their way. But meanwhile, at the other side as well, what just happened, Glow? They managed to get like some elimination point as well, and this been chaotic between like Sem9 and also ASI8 as they continue their battle.
Overall, Sem9 has been trying to stop all these teams from coming into the circle, and this time maybe it's a bit too much more than they can chew, as they already lost Yuhai. Now it's only down to Kenny, so I think the passage has been cleared for ASI8 to once again strike and eliminate Sem9. DRX, they have not really moved their muscle. They've already been planted by the crash site of the plane, whereas New Era, Glue, Boom Esports, they're also moving inbound. Meanwhile, Alter Ego as well as Pandem, they're taking their sweet time. A whole lot of Indonesian teams are still on board. Very likely a chance for them to secure a chicken dinner. Unfortunately for Sem9, they try to secure kills. They try as much as they can to hold teams back, but they walk away with 0 points.
Talking about Team DRX though, which you mentioned earlier, they doesn't really need to move around that much because they securing like the best position for DRX. So this is quite interesting for me because I cannot wait to witness what DRX have in mind for now, because if we're looking at Korean teams like D Plus Kia in the PMGC, they're doing really great, especially like if they have the best spot inside of the circles. They kind of usually applying like a split position, especially if they still have a full squad, full roster on themselves. But for now, before we continue to talk about Team DRX, we gotta have to watch the battle between Indonesian teams. Boom Esports now have to face up against Team Alter Ego Ares, who also been knocked down by one of the players of ASIA.
Sometimes the toughest opponents are the ones that you know best. And it's the 2 Indonesian squads going hit-to-hit, but there are also third parties involved shooting from another long-range area. DRX finally extends their wing. They try to push through as well. They want to get involved to try to take down Boom. Now, Boom is in a pickle. They are stuck in between 2 sides. They have to pick one fight. Pandem also being killed by all these shots. It's going to be Hachikawa that finds it all the way to the top of a headshot. And there we go. Boom Esports, they try to also respond in kind, but somehow Alter Ego, they got ruptured. They walk away with 3 points, but out of nowhere, they got taken out. Make that 4 points.
Yeah, because ASI kind of eyeing on them as well. they want to join the party, and now they're proceeding their way into Boom Esports defensive area, and now one nade. That's all they need to knock down one of the players from Boom Esports. And now Boom Esports on the left with Jackie with DBS on his hand, half HP remaining, but a lot too much angle to clear for one player alone. That was like a really hard task to do, and with that, ASI8 got their 10th elimination point.
It's just crazy how ASI8 has managed to defend for so long. You saw how many teams they were charging up against them, trying to hold them from the top of the hill. They don't care. They will take them on, and they didn't even drop a single member up till now. Now, that whole north side belongs to ASI8.
Oh, look at that DRX.
Still not moving.
Yeah, and I think the chance for you to get like the second win is very high, Contra.
Oh, I hope so. I mean, the game's not over just yet. We still have full members of Glue, and we also have a couple of members from VOIN Donkey that can actually pose a threat to some of these members of the RX. The Ramon spots out Hexus. Hexus will not be able to actually get much in return. But these members of Glue, they're moving around, making some noise, and he's going to run down the Ramon, but he's got the MG3. Quickly limits him, and he says, thank you very much. Now I have 12 points.
Oh my god. ASI8 is not the team that you want to face in this time, in this opening Erangel, because look at that elimination point. They've collected like 12 already, and they want for some more. And looking at how the power that they got, how the aim that they got throughout the time, or throughout the map, I think like ASI8 is actually like the biggest opponent here for all of the teams, especially like GRX, who has been like very chill inside the circle. So talking again about DRX though, who has been like never moving out of the compound area in the center of the circle. So if they may be applying what D plus Kia did in PMGC, which is like they defend so hard, and also they are kind of smart in terms of like how they split around and how they move and how they defend. It's actually DRX is actually like have a really high chance to win the winner chicken dinner. Maybe they learn from D plus Kia's doing. But now we witness Team Glue squad facing up against one players remaining from New Era. CMZ now hiding in the smoke area to really decrease the vision that Glue squad has. But Glue squad is really doing crazy here because Supla is remaining, and they want to looking for some kills.
Oh boy, and kills they will get by just running them right through. That's going to be Decor already out, but shots are also being fired back. DRX finally shows themselves a little bit more by going for a knock. But here comes 4C Esports as well. They want to go in to back that number, and they will be able to take down that Lone Ranger. I'm not really receiving all too much help right through. So DRX, they're still happy with that spot. They don't really have to push out. They're just going to be getting all that intel that they need. Spots out one member per side of ASI8, and also knowing for a fact that on the other side, there is VOIN Donkey members. So this is going to be another shift of the circle. We'll see who does it favor this time. I think DRX, they should still be intact. And yes, it is. Yep. Now, whoever's on the outskirts, they got to start challenging either DRX or ASI8.
Oof. ASI8 once again is not the team that you want to face up against in this time, because they are basically like securing half of the circle already, because they're sweeping around in the eastern and also northern area of the circles. So it's kind of safe to say that no one is behind Team ASI8 for now. So all they need to do is actually kind of focusing themselves into like the DRX's area, because they already like gathering some information about DRX position, and also maybe all of the other teams' position as well. And 4C Esports kind of left with only one player here, Binti, who still have some of the smokes to make his too much to smoke.
Oh boy.
Kind of eliminated out of the game.
Yeah, good eye from the side of Stickley, managing to actually get that one catch. Now we're down to our final 5 teams on board. Now, you know what will be really exciting? If ASI8 and Glue actually meet with each other with a full squad. But unfortunately, Glue is now down to only 1 member. So as much as the lack of firepower or the strength of units is of concern right now, we have seen clutches happening from Glue squad before, and speaking of which, he tries to force right through, driving into the territory of VOIN Donkey, and that is not going to be safe enough for him. They will secure a 4th place finish with a very respectable 8-point takedown. So now it's between ASI8, DRX, and VOIN Donkey.
Yep, with DRX and also ASI8 still intact with full roster, but the trade is happening here between ASI and also DRX 1-for-1, but ASI still have a little bit of advantage here because Crypto hasn't been taken out of the game yet, and also Doraemon here looking at some of the players from VOIN Donkey. Reza got a shot down by QXZZZ, and VOIN Donkey only left with Potato, the leader.
Yeah, QXZ, he always comes up with all these crazy angles for him to be safe as well as to pick people off. So that is going to be a little bit of trouble for the side of ASI right now to go in for the revive. Jamie tries to put in a little bit more pressure, trying to drop that nade right onto Crypto, but he's already back on his foot. Should be able to actually dodge it out alive. Meanwhile, this is still not too clear on who's really going to be able to actually secure it. But when you take a look at resources, 20 frag grenades is in the hands of ASI8. Almost the equal amount of smokes intact for these members of DRX. Meanwhile, VOIN Donkey, I guess there's only so much they can do. They have to wait the fight to erupt between ASI8 as well as DRX before VOIN Donkey can do much.
Yep, and what DRX have to do now is gonna search for like the opening knock towards Team ASI8 once more, but now Razak is back on the game, but QXZZZ once again take down one of the players from VOIN Donkey, and now Potato left alone, and he is gonna be facing up against QXZZZ face to face, low HP, and with the fire, with the Molotov, Potato has been eliminated by DRX.
That's one big roasted potato right there, I would say. And now, those grenades are lobbed perfectly towards the side of Jamin. Can Crypto find them all? ASI8, so far, the hot favorites to actually take on this game. Will now win it out DRX. The zone closes in favor of ASI8. So there's not much space to do any form of rotation at all for DRX. They just have to fend their way out. But somehow, that Molotov again, finding another mark. This time, it's going to be coming in from SOS to burn down Hasaki. But Doraemon has already received all the info he needs. He's going to drop in that big nade. And this might just be the conclusion of the event. SOS is the final member remaining. It's a 1 versus 2. And he has 2 big fishes to fry. One for the top. And it almost actually kicks him down. Doraemon now gets that nade. There's barely angles left. This should be it as it drops, but it won't miss the mark.
Oh my god, very scary situation for So Easy now. He's been looking out for the opening knockdown, at least towards like one of the players for ASI8, but now he's being spotted out. A lot of grenade has been thrown by ASI8 and got them the winner chicken dinner.
ASI8 with a very convincing win to back themselves the first dinner for Pakistan. And my, look at how strong they started off. And we saw how many teams were battling up against the North. There was 7-9, and the list goes on. All the other Indonesian teams, like even Alter Ego, Boom Esports, they matched out-trade them all to eventually challenge DRX. Well, my prediction came pretty close, but I am happy with what we are getting here.
Yep. They were really doing some crazy maneuver throughout the first games. Like every team that you mentioned, like facing up against ASIS has been like done and dusted out of the game, even like quite easily, I would say. Because look at that firepower that they got, more than 1,000 damage, I believe, coming from Doraemon, and this is like the scariest player in the game, alongside with Hasaki, Crypto, of course, and also Pritami. And yes, that's it. The first winner chicken dinner. ASI8 got it, and we're gonna see the next matches after we gonna see like the result of the first game. But overall, very entertaining and very interesting match as well. But for sure, because we have a round robin format, we're gonna see like a whole different game style that has been that will be played in Miramar in the next game.
That's right. Of course, a lot of all these teams really have to figure things out as well when it comes down to playing inside of Erangel on some of all these tough terrains, I will call it. And you know, a lot of the teams initially thought it was going to be around the area of 70, but it hard shift all the way towards the far western end. And that resulted in major shift control for majority of squads. DRX, despite them securing the top 4, I don't think that there's many points that they bagged because they were being a little bit more passive compared to teams like Blue, VOIN Donkey, as well as ASI8. So I think like there will be a big stack of points for all these teams that at least survived till stage 3 because they were at least involved in some form of application, some form of fight. So we'll see, but ASI8 definitely will be sitting at the top.
Maybe talking about like DRX, who has been having all of the advantage in terms of like position in the circle and also like the broken plane area as well. Maybe what was like a little bit lacking in DRX's play style in the previous game was like how they maybe turn their aggression on in the perfect timing, because like they've been hurt hearing like all of the fight, all of the battles happening surrounded them right in their area. That maybe that's why a little bit what is a little bit lacking in terms of like DRX's play. I mean, if they kind of use the time, a little bit of time to like maybe make a little aggression and then backing up a little bit and then make another aggression, maybe they can like securing more elimination point in the game.
Yeah, perhaps so as well. But if we talk about pure aggression, ASI8 is the team that absolutely delivered. And of course, no questions asked, Doraemon definitely was the player to beat in this match with 1,491 damage and 9 total limbs. So it's safe to say that this man, who I don't get to see his face, is remaining super mysterious, but eventually we absolutely do want to find out. Maybe the community already knows, okay, there is a member that changes his name somewhere in the midst of the tournament, so we probably will know. Or is this a brand new name that is playing in ASI8 that we would love to see in the upcoming season? So that being said, this is the conclusion of our very first match. Later on, we will be moving into Miramar, but there are still more stats to be shown. Other than Doraemon, he backs not only the highest limbs, he got most damage and also most grenade eliminations.
Yeah, with 2 grenade elimination. But I thought like it will be more than 2 since like they still got a lot of grenades that they bring to the end game, right? But other than ASIX player, we have KF from Glue Squad with the longest distance elimination and also top travel. Of course, Team VOIN Donkey with 16,000-ish distance that they need to like going through from the southern area of main island in Erangel towards the Severny, towards the shooting range, and also like maybe facing up against all of the teams that they met throughout all of the journey. But ASI8 once again pocketed like 17 elimination points. So the total points will be 27 for ASI8. It is like a huge starting point for ASI8 because like gathering or collecting a double digit more than 15 total elimination points is like not easy to like following by all of the teams. Look at that, like VOIN Donkey ID collecting 8 elimination points, as well as Glue Squad, and DRX only got 2 elimination points, in fact.
Yeah, I guess that's what you've been mentioning. They were not really showing you just about enough aggression, where sometimes when you secure a certain area, you can extend a little bit more. You open up that room so that you can like scout around to pick somebody up. I kind of wish they did that, but hey, maybe that's something that we'll fix up in these upcoming games as we will eventually move into Miramar. Now we got all the stats on your screen. XKF has the longest elimination with 370 meters of coverage. I think like the rest of these numbers are quite standard. If you are looking at, oh, why is there 73 knockouts? It's because we have 18 teams on board, so don't be too surprised about that. But we love what we see as we will get ourselves ready for the upcoming match. So, wow, that was a very, very strong, explosive start, and I can't wait to see if this is going to be the continuation of momentum for these teams out there. But of course, that being said, Donna, I think we take a quick break, and when we come back, we bring you guys more PUBG Mobile action here in Ruthless Hype Esports.
After ASI8 has been showing us how they play, such an incredible gameplay that they got, and they also like got the winner chicken dinner. We're gonna moving on to the second game of the day, Miramar, which is we're gonna like see team from Group A and also C competing to each other in the main.
That's right. And in Group C, I guess they have not warmed up just yet, but they get to see what goes down inside of Erangel. But they get to play in Miramar, which was going to be even more exciting because with so many teams on board, you kind of want that extra space, right? And this is where Miramar allows them that space to rotate, to also hunt people out over mountains as well as the desert. So it'll be exciting. I think we'll see some hot drops, some clash, in some of the towns as well. So in Group C, we got names like BTR, Austria, Thailand, FAZE Clan, RRQ, and so many more. So first, now explain to you that we are going into Miramar with A versus C.
All right, once again, we're gonna get into Miramar, and we're gonna watch like the teams from Group A versus C competing up against each other. Like mentioned earlier by Condra, we have like some names in the Group C who's gonna join us for the very first time, like Bigaton, Seventh Element, Tribe, Celcom DG Alliance, Vagabond, Dewa United, Osja, Thailand, FAZE Clan, and also RRQ EU. And this is like these are like the entertaining names to watch. So yeah, can't wait to witness some action in Miramar.
Me too. Overall, like this is my favorite map to actually catch some of all the best teams around the world compete because we know how difficult it is to actually play inside this course of the matchup. Now, once again, we do have our teams to be face off against each other for the very first time from these respective groups. Some may have actually come from different groups before that, but of course, this will be pretty interesting because now we get the involvement of FAZE Clan, RRQ Ryu, Austria Thailand, Dewa United, Vagabond Saudi, BTR, 7E, and those that have competed back in Group A, they will continue to do so.
Yeah, it's gonna be quite an advantage for the teams in the Group A, right? Because they've played earlier, like in Erangel, so they've maybe like warming up a little bit in terms of like how they gonna play. And we're looking forward also to see some action, maybe like from the teams like almost getting the winner chicken dinner, or have like the higher seat in the match rankings in the earlier Erangel, like Alter Ego Ares and DRX, of course. So yeah, and of course they're gonna be like applying like some different strategy, some different gameplay in Miramar, especially they are gonna be facing like teams from Group C, who I think maybe we have to start to predict who's gonna get the winner chicken dinner in this second map. Do you want to go first, Condra, or like production team?
I guess I can go first. Like, you know, I came so close to getting, you know, one more point on the block. I kind of miss watching Austria Esports, and ever since they bring back, you know, legendary names like Martin into the squad, and these guys have looked incredible. So overall, I think like a lot of the Thai squads, they really show strength inside of Miramar as well. So which is why like I want to go for Austria Esports. You know, this organization from Cambodia has really shown a lot throughout the past couple of seasons, and also especially late into the second half of last year, they are showing up. So Austria Esports.
Okay, for me, this time I'm not gonna be biased. Of course, I've never been biased, but looking at the past previous tournaments and how they play and how the result, especially in Miramar, I'm gonna go for Bigatron Knights. Because they've been showing up some of incredible improvement in terms of like playing in Miramar. So maybe I will go for Bigatron. Not because they're Indonesian team, of course. But yeah, I've been waiting to witness, I've been waiting to watch some action from Bigatron in Miramar. So yeah, DRX, okay, from production teams now. Fair enough.
Okay.
Mhm.
All right. I mean, DRX, they are very, very consistent. I think, like, who knows? I got it wrong. Production might get it right this time around. So you're absolutely right when you said BTR, they look super good inside of Miramar. I remember, like, maybe on the group stages, they really show up really strong when it comes down to this respective map. But like when BTR was playing throughout group stages, a lot of the names they don't really reveal to us. So I don't know if there's any phone roster shift. Do you have any news from Indonesia? Donna?
Actually, no. I
Not
don't have
really.
any kids still.
You look like you know, but you just don't want to tell us, huh? It's
Ah.
okay if you want to keep it a secret. You can just say
Yeah.
so.
Yeah, I'll keep it
Okay.
a secret. It is actually like the truth is that I actually don't know anything about the transfer window, the
Okay.
current situation of like all of Indonesian team, because like I am the kind of person who likes to be surprised, and
Fair
I
enough.
will just like wait for the official announcements is gonna be made like in the next future.
Yeah, it's gonna be within like I don't know, maybe next month, maybe 2 months later on. So it won't be too long of a wait. Meanwhile, you know, I will be pretty excited to see what form of new introductions, or would it be the same names that will be playing. It will still be great because this is a legacy team that has won so many world titles and have always represented Indonesia for many times in the global stage. But when we look at all these stacked names out there, I look at Group C who's joining in. I've mentioned Austria already, but AST, I think they're slowly getting there as well. Tribe RMAC, in certain games, they look super explosive that they can take on anyone, and certain games they fall short. So I really feel they really need momentum. So let's get ourselves right into the next game.
Let's go. All right, welcome to the second game of the day, where the teams from Group A and also C is gonna be facing up each other in Miramar. So it's gonna be like a whole different situation, a whole different gameplay that we're gonna see, and we're gonna watch between the teams, especially the teams from Group A, where the flight path is kind of like similar compared to the last Erangel we watched, because like it cut a half of Miramar diagonally.
That's right, and it allows so much space to be taken. It's only going to be tough for those teams who want to go very deep into Tierra Blanca, Capo Militar. I don't think teams want to be that passive anyway, so this is going to be a perfect start. I want to see places like San Martin, as well as Hacienda de Patron, and also not forgetting Cado, who will be fighting in some of all these spots. I know that usually FaZe Clan would love to play around the central area, but they are slowly moving into the corners of Graveyard as well as Minas Generalis. AST will float into Chumacera, whereas the Infinity are not too far away from Dewa United as well as the Savior. So very interesting start because they're not inside our city. They're starting to loot from the outside of it. So we'll see what will actually turn out from that. But look at Los Leones. Oh boy. We got CD Alliance. We got some
ASI?
other squad. ASI it is there as well. So I guess we got big contenders right here.
Yeah, it's kind of classic to see like Los Leones being occupied by more than one or maybe like even two teams, right? So it is also interesting to watch and also to see which team is gonna get out of Los Leones quite easily. But as for now, we witnessed some early engagement once more in Miramar, and now RRQ Ryu taking themselves up to the battle between them versus Team 7th Element. They got one elimination point already, but one of the players, who Zypha, has been taken down as the second elimination point for RRQ Ryu.
Oh, he's so unlucky. He started off the game with a Mini 14. So he can only go for those single shots, but he managed to at least maybe do a little bit of damage, so that's not too bad. But the rest of 7E, they got to take note that the rest of RQ is taking over this spot. So they either need to avoid it or maybe plan something to, you know, avenge that fallen member, Huzaifa. But for now, strong start from RQ Ryu. as they managed to secure not just 1 point but two from the get-go.
Yeah, it is actually the fact that about Team RRQ that I can point out is they have been played really well in terms of like in Miramar, because Miramar is actually one of their best map in terms of results and also gameplay. And if we're talking about like top of mind amongst the teams in maybe not Indonesia but also Southeast Asia, RRQ is actually like on my top of mind team if we're talking about who's the team is doing great in Miramar. So yeah, they're really specialized in Miramar. But the thing is with RRQ is actually nowadays they're still lacking in consistency, whether like playing in each map or each tournament. Sometimes like they are really doing really great, but sometimes they are also kind of flopping. So yeah, that's maybe still the thing that they need to work on.
Yeah.
That's the thing that I can point out about RRQ.
Yeah, I do agree with that, where they're not always the most consistent, but if they do go into the late game with still 4 members together, I think they will always have a very solid chance to really put on a very good show for chicken dinner. Meanwhile, MIUMIU having Tizen getting caught out right through the corners, and it seems like they try to actually give a little bit more of a suppressing fire in order to save their own teammates. It's going to be AST. I'm not sure if they would eventually go ahead to secure this kill, but it seems like the rest of AST, they want to push through. They notice that he has already arrived, but that smoke will cover the tracks, at least for the time being. AST, they don't really have the best angles, but they will just drive right through, missing the mark. Drake's now in a little bit of trouble. He has to make a little bit of a turn, but now the rest of them distracted. He gets all the angles, and he will go in for the double.
Oh my god, what are you doing, Drix? He doesn't need to wait for the other players of Tribe to come to give him a follow-up or also the backup. He went in that battle by himself. And now the rest of the players from Tribe, Romesi is gonna looking for the last man standing from MIUMIU Gaming, MIUMIU himself, and that is the end for Team MIUMIU Gaming. They out of the game, and Tribe Romesi is gotta collect the 4th elimination point.
Yeah, I love the confidence that is displayed by SE. Like you said, just going in all alone, it's like, okay, I believe my team will cover me in just a few seconds.
Yeah.
I can take 2 of them down. No issues whatsoever. That means we go back into Los Lunas. Now, I think this fight is a little bit more tricky, a little bit more technical, because Los Lunas, honestly, nobody's favorite town to play in when you maybe first kickstart your journey inside of PUBG Mobile, because like there's just so many buildings for you to navigate. You have to check all the angles from the construction up above, down below, and players can be hiding almost anywhere, which is why like you can see that they are very careful when they try to even push around, try to clip some spot. But ASIA, this has been their home ground for the longest of time, so they're not happy sharing it with Celcom DG Udo Alliance. That's the long name, so we can just call them Alliance.
Of course, Alliance. But you know what? I mistakenly like say Alliance's previous name like many times.
Udo Alliance, huh?
Udo Alliance. yeah, because like we used to that name, right? So it's kind of hard for us to switch around.
It's all good, because technically, you know, like the Udo Alliance has been a very significant name as well as partners for the squad. And fun fact is that Udo is a part of Celcom DG. So right now, it is the big family of Udo that will be the big partners of Alliance. So from now onwards, Celcom DG, they've been super supportive as almost every single year. Alliance have really brought home a lot of all these massive accolades back to Malaysia. So it only makes sense, you know, with that big support coming in from Celcom DG. Anyways, continuing on, we got the Infinity up to something right now, up against AST. The fight's not over up the heels.
All right. 4 members still intact by or from Tribe team now. They got eye for 3 touch, who has a half HP bar remaining. He need to back up a little bit, maybe heal himself up. But look at that movement coming from Zio. He went for the elimination, but the back movement that has been doing by Infinity's player is actually like kind of insane. But now Tribe and Romesis kind of went all in to search to look for the elimination from team the Infinity, who's down with 2 players, and now 1 player is remaining. The last man standing from team the Infinity is nowhere to be found yet.
My goodness, AST makes it look so easy, and then like when you pointed out, man, that guy's been reversing his UAZ, and I was like, it's that fast enough? I guess not as quick as he wants it to be, but you know, we finally get an update to the circle. It's going to be moving into areas like Chimsera, as well as Ladriela, but mainly it's still somewhere not too far from the center of the area of play. But you see there's a lot of teams coming from the eastern side, from the north as well, so it will be very crowded in a couple of minutes. But for now, I think it's going to be a good place to be for the Savior. And later on, BTR, I mean, they can just stand still. They don't really have to move too far away from Power Grid because it's still within the circle. And maybe they will be able to find more of these teams to be rotating across to get maybe a few 3-pointers.
Yeah, right. And also, I believe like one of the teams that has quite a advantage now is actually like Vagabond, because they are securing the northern area by himself. But now we're witnessing like Team BTR facing up against Team Falcon. Falcon got 1 elimination point from BTR, but at the other place, we kind of see like Salcom DG Alliance kind of have to face up against the other team. Not only the Xavier, but for now, Alter Ego is also joining them.
Oh boy. We see so many of these names slowly being eliminated. DX will now take on the rest of the Alliance. I don't think that there is much time to actually go in for a save. DT is already putting in just about enough immense pressure. But Iftar, he does have the S12K. They will actually respect it. But Nate's got an S12K of his own. He's just waiting for the right timing, but he's already gone in for the revive. Thankfully, he went for the revive because now he's the one being knocked.
Oh my god. The only difference between them is actually like by quite a few points in HP points or health bar. But now K-Look or Adik Look is gonna try to revive Iftar, because like going on the battle by himself in this kind of situation is going to be really, really hard, because not only he have to face the player from the Xavier, but also like the players from Team Alter Ego, who has been eyeing on them ever since they got the information towards like Salcom DG Alliance. But at the other side of the Miramar itself, we also like witnessing that Falcon is still trying to catch BTR's players now. They got one more name from BTR, but I think the trade is still happening between the two.
Oh yeah, speaking of which, there's also FaZe Clan involved, and BTR, they managed to actually take down majority of these members of Falcons. Now that is very surprising. Suddenly it turns into a 2 versus 2. Villain now being knocked, needs to get revived by Arc. You see, this is why it's kind of weird casting BTR right now, because I don't know who's who. We just gotta follow whichever name that they put in. But I like the name Chill Guy though. I love the meme. But this ain't not just any memes. We saw beautiful shots going through. Asia Esports actually doing a whole lot in this matchup, but they are already losing 1 member out there in the field.
Yep, and now they need to move quite fast, because like they are still playing in the blue zone area, especially if one of the players also like been taken down by FaZe Clan once more. FaZe Clan currently have double elimination points with only like playing with 3 players within FaZe Clan. But once again, we gotta watch the action between Bigatron Knights versus Team Falcons, because like we kind of see Falcon got 2 men from Bigatron and vice versa, as well as Bigatron. They got 2 elimination from Team Falcons. By look at the movement from Nirzut, he's been looking for one of the players, which is Ark from BTR, and he's gonna be a sneaky assassin, looking for the elimination, looking for the timing to shot him his weapon out for Ark, but Ark, ooh, he still got time to really dodge out of the bullet from Nirzut.
Yeah, great work coming from Ark, and with the speed of the McLaren, I guess like it helps a little bit more of that on that. But here we go, Crypto also getting catch over onto Tamang. One member down for the side of AST. AST has been playing maybe a little too aggressive this game, considering it's only stage 3. You know, there's still plenty of time to go, so they gotta hold their horses for a little bit. They're still continuously flushing BTR members all the way back. But thankfully, you know, we last saw BTR only had these 2 members left. They will still be pretty much well and alive. Dewa United goes trading. Now it's going to be Hasaki that responds back, taking down Daybot.
Oh my god, another elimination point for ASIA. They got it from Team Dewa United, and they want for some more. And that is what they're trying to do for quite sometimes now, because they got the players from Team AST. Now we gotta see what Team 79 is gonna do, because they have to like move into deeper into the circle itself, because the southeast area of the circle is kinda crowded for now. But Dewa United Hellas trying to get back to ASI8, 1 man down, and that is gonna be the 4th elimination point for Dewa United.
My, this is an uphill battle for the rest of ASI8, and this is not going to be an easy task, but they still managed to pull through. 3 points so far for the side of ASI8, now challenging Dewa United, going up close and personal. This is going to be a tough one. He's got the S12K in hand. No time for grenades, but one shot is all it takes. Ramones ever ready to take them on. 5 points, now being back, now looking for Pritam to make it 6. Pritam honestly got nowhere else to run. He's absolutely surrounded by Dewa United.
Yeah, but one thing, Contra, do you want to hear like Indonesian accent how to pronounce the name?
Dewa United?
Ramones.
Ramones.
Yeah, Ramones.
Wow, I like it.
And they now got eliminate all of the players from ASI.
Wow, it's just so quickly. And now I get to learn something new. Thanks so much, Donna. Now I would use it for the rest of these English class.
It's fun, right?
Yeah, it's super fun.
How to
like,
how you roll the tongue.
I don't know if I can roll the tongue as well as you do. Like, I guess I'm not gonna try. Anyways, now it's Malaysia versus Indonesia. Alter Ego versus. Well, it seems like somebody hasn't changed their name. Iftar was from Dota, but now being flushed by Alpha. They're not going to take things quietly to the night, as they will be able to hold down the line. But there's still more members of Alter Ego that they have to deal with. They don't have the vision. It's all being smoked up. Iftar, he drops in another grenade. Somehow finds player 007.
Oh my god, that was a nice grenade coming from the Team Alliance. But now, Dewa United also joining the party. They want to steal some elimination point towards like Alter Ego or Team Alliance. But Patikawa, oh my god! I needed to say he needs to be extra careful with all of the vision that all of the opposing team got. But yeah, that's it. They got eliminated by Dewa United, and now Dewa United is gonna be hunting down players from Team Salcom DG Alliance. Last man standing, Iftar versus 2 players from Dewa United, but double pick from Dewa United is too much for Iftar. They are out of the game.
Yeah, it really felt like he had no other choice but to take that fight, because he knows that if they were to go in for the revive, then the nades will fall in. So he did what he could, but those shots, those shotgun shells, they're not landing at all. But here comes Dad, going up against Space Clan. Jump shot connects as Sam9 wins the duel, and they will also join in the 8-point party alongside Dewa United.
Oh, that is a huge number coming from Team 79 at elimination point. Once again, I have to mention that, but this is like a very, very long battle between Falcon and also Team BTR, because
Oh
like
yeah.
the terrain itself, like it is kind of challenging for both of the teams, rather Falcon and also BTR, to take a really 100% committed fight between them. So what they need to do now is actually, especially for Team Falcon, is gotta wait for Team BTR to coming forward to them, because BTR is actually like at the other area of the circles, and Team Falcons is actually have a chunk of a place in the circle.
Yeah, and they're on top of the mountain to get some really good view. But the problem right now is that they also draw a little bit of attention coming in from the bottom as well. So maybe if Falcons they were kept busy by Vagabond Saudi, then BTR might be able to find a way to rotate over and not be by the edge of the zone. Or if Falcons too busy, who knows? BTR might even go in for the catch, but they're all the way up the hill. I don't think it's gonna be easy for BTR to actually find them anyways. So
Yep.
I think the best case scenario right now, use that opening just to go in for a rotation, while the rest of the teams who are on the south side, they're going to be pretty safe. But I can't really say for too long because there's still quite a number of teams available. Now, speaking of rotations, BTR finally gets on wheels, but I heard those engines roaring and say, nope, you're not getting out, boy.
Oh, but chill guy. Oh no, he's been too chill that he has got eliminated by Team Falcon, and now Ark has got a deal to face up against two players from Team Falcon, IC, and also Nirzit. Is got a moving down, looking for the last man standing from BTR. Now Ark, what he got for now is all of the bullet from the shotgun itself. What he gotta do is actually like taking a little leap to really have a good fight between him and also versus Ice and also Nirzad. But boy, oh boy, double pick once again is not gotta be a really easy situation to face.
Yeah, Team Falcons really hold them down. Honestly, BTR had no choice. Even they actually planned to leave. Like we thought, like maybe Falcons will be kept too busy, but the moment that the rest of the teams stop firing, then all Falcons have to do, they'll just go back, focus on to BTR, and honestly, there's no space to play. So I think they did what they really had to. So rough start here inside Miramar. We'll see once again later on if BTR can bounce back. But for now, RQ though, they are healthy as ever. All four members still intact. I think they've already taken notice that Vagabonds are already inside the compound. Maybe they want to think about rushing that position, take over, and then they can get that center of the circle.
Yeah, that is actually like the one of the option, the best option available for RRQ, because currently they are sitting at the very edge of the western area of the circle. So if the zone is gonna shift away from them, which is like the chance is very high, I believe. Yeah, they gotta move as fast as possible, maybe, or maybe just waiting for Team Vagabond to really revealing their health up, but they don't need to move away for now. In terms of like Team Vagabond, because they still got a compound inside of the circle area, but the split situation between like the two players of Team RRQ is now have to be cancelled because they decided to really gathering up north now. But in the movement that they made, they are being shot by players from Vagabond who has the really clear visibility towards the movement.
Yeah, that was 12L got taken out in rotation as well. So it's a tough choice to make. I mean, RQ, they decided not to rush the compound to go up against Vagabond Saudi, respecting them just about enough. But now that means RQ will have to face against Falcons, now down to only Nirzit. There's it cornered up. And this is the right decision to make as they add another 2-pointer on the bot for RRQ.
Yep, and Nogat now is actually have the time and space as well to being revived, but Vagabond because they collecting like the information like quite a lot for our team RRQ. They still got that information, but now Dewa United, they are creeping into the circle and they gotta like stop by Team Vagabond, who has like once again clear visibility towards Team Dewa United, and they got the elimination for Dewa United, who now has been left with only one player. Nukes versus everybody for Vagabond.
Wow. I just love that position that they've been holding so strongly. Vagabonds will just have to wait before Nukes will be forced into his area of play. So not much that needs to be done. I mean, unless if they want to throw in a couple more grenades to just confirm that, then by all means do so. But they're not going to be hitting that just yet. So just a little bit of space for the last member of Dewa to work with. Nukes has got a whole lot on his plate. And you can already see a lot of the vehicles that he has already either smoked up or blown up. So crawling through the street, I don't think it's happening.
Yeah, it's a really hard task to do by Nukes, right? And it is quite a mission impossible actually to crawling up on the road. But I noticed something about Vagabond's position now. This is like the difference between them and also DRX in the previous game, which is like Erangel, because DRX got the quite the same situation in terms of compounds and also like the position in Erangel previously, but Vagabond now has a more aggression towards all of the teams that has been surrounded or surrounding their compound, and really active in collecting elimination points, and now they got 5 compared to DRX in the Erangel. So yeah, maybe that's one thing difference between what is going on between DRX and also Vagabond.
Yeah, DRX, I think they have the best, clearest angles against everybody from the top of the hill going up against Falcons to the ones coming from the back where Hyunbin has been looking over the south side. So right now, the only safe compound that's available is belonging to DRX. They don't really have to move too much, but they can actually expand out of that compound just to work onto the south side. So it's all about holding firm. And I guess later on, when RRQ joins into the party as well, things will get a little bit more interesting. Where 7E, they've been in the same spot for the longest of time, forced to move out, and perhaps that can easily be spotted by RRQ.
Yeah, and if we're talking one more thing about like DRX, maybe what they need to learn from the previous match is like they need to put some more aggression in this Miramar, because look at that, as you mentioned, they got like a compound in the circle. So this is like a very ideal situation for DRX. But now RRQ's player rushing into the defensive area of Vagabond. They want to retake this compound. 3 players remaining, down to 1 now, because DRX is joining the party. But all of the elimination has been collected by Vagabond. 8th point they got from RRQ.
Wow, just like that, it doesn't even look like a fight at all. Like the rest of RQ, they don't look as ready. Meanwhile, the push comes in from Sem9. That nade connects, drops down Teddy Bear. Sem9, despite only having these 3 members, they are overwhelming whoever's inside the shack. But Alian, the hero in that situation, takes out Sem9. But just before that, it seems like the rest of 7E, they also got took out by DRX.
Oh my god, what a nice grenade timing that 7-Element got there. A very nice trapping grenade that they got. But now, 3 teams remaining. DRX still intact with 4 players, a full squad in their side. And now they're gonna looking for the players from Team Vagabond, as well as the last man standing, which is Nukes from Dewa United, who has been really great doing a survival. So yeah, what I can say is for Nuke is he has some good survival ability. So he's gonna be waiting for the perfect timing, maybe to steal some elimination from Team Vagabond and also Team DRX, because Vagabond and also DRX is gonna be like focusing to each other now.
That's It's a widespread coming from DRX, and I think like it's looking rather convincing that they can close out this match. There's not enough room for Vagabonds at this very moment because they're just by the edge of the circle. But if they can extend towards that loot drop, perhaps they could just refill something really powerful to try to have some ample firepower up against DRX. But I think this is not going to be a free box for them to take. There's still a vehicle that they could use. H2T is the one that is being sent forward. Risky moves, but something that they have to do in order to stay afloat. Putting a little bit more pressure onto different areas of play. DRX, though, I think they've already spotted that Nukes is somewhere hiding right behind. And of all the players out there, it was Nukes that even survived to tell the tale much longer than RRQ.
Yep, right. And what I like about DRX is like because they still have 4 players remaining, they are really like separating each other. They kind of like giving each players a task to do. One of them is gonna lock onto the Nukes' vision because they don't want any tailing situation is gonna ruin their strategy, right? But now 3 of the players from DRX is gonna proceeding. They are gonna be like battling up against him, Vagabond 3 versus 3. I believe this is the situation where Jamin have a really great angle towards one of the players from Vagabond. 1 man down from Vagabond, and we are left by 2 players remaining.
My, big days now dropping right in. The rest of the Vietnamese side trying hard to hold firm, but Nom Nom gets clipped by that beautiful grenade bomb coming in from Jamin. And now H2T tries to go for the pickup. They will United now being blown to bits. DRX, just like how production predicted, is looking to close the game, but Detonate connects. It's now suddenly a 2 versus 2. Push set into effect. Let's see what Hyunbin does right here.
Oh my god. And now the situation is once again 2 versus 2 because Vagabond successfully revived one of them. And now DRX have lost one of the men because Vagabond has eliminated one of them, and now they are back with 3 players where Hyunbin is gonna take a flank position.
Yeah, this is still looking rather tough. DRX, they are just waiting for them to push out because they know the circle is going to be shrinking all the way directly to the middle. They have to move out. They don't have that many smokes left. As a matter of fact, no more util other than 1 Molotov for Vagabond Saudi. So it's all about pushing in for that fight. They managed to spot out so easy, but it's not going to be an easy task for him to actually get that knock. Instead, it's going to be 1 member left, and it's going to be H2T. DRX secures it for South Korea.
Wow, what a nice winner chicken dinner that DRX got. They really learn from their mistake. They really like bring the fire from previous game, which is Erangel. They don't really want to make the same mistakes once more. They want to secure the real chicken dinner in this Miramar. They really got like maximize their advantage in terms of like the compound that they got inside the circle, and also maybe putting some more aggression towards all of the teams surrounding. And yeah, that was a really nice improvement coming from Team DRX, and I really love to see that how they like get out of the compound in such a perfect timing, how they put 100% commitment to put like Hyunbin to really hold onto the vision towards Nukes. He really went for like elimination towards Nukes before like he make a flank rotations and maybe like opening up some bigger vision or bigger angle towards 2 players remaining for from Vagabond.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with you. And, you know, early on when we started off the day, I was talking about how well this team plays mechanically, as well as in terms of strategy. You can see that some people think that, hey, these guys are just playing safe. No, they are playing super smart. This is a ultra smart team on how they execute. And you saw they didn't want to just throw their bodies onto the final few members of Vagabonds because they know they have that strong firepower. But so long as they wait for the circle to close up, like they know the game is already in the back. They just gotta wait for the right timing to strike. And like you said, Hyunbin, very, very important for him to really apply that pressure, and QXZ has also been going for a lot of good pickoffs. Therefore, we get to see DRX now back in the right track. And once more, I talked about that management team. Fun fact as well, DRX, as well as some of all these big organizations, they have coaches coming from their PUBG PC division. Can you imagine more than 10 years of experience all being funneled to this squad, which you can argue it's less than 3 years old?
Yeah, it's very, very impressive coming from them as well. And not only congratulations now for DRX, but also production team as well. Because they secured like the third win already. And that is such a high number for the win, actually, right? And now I am quite jealous.
It's okay, we'll get there. So maybe in the next round, you might get some of the predictions right. So is it your turn to vote DRX? I don't know. But hey, we got Ramones.
Yeah.
Ramones.
Yeah.
Did I get it right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Very nice. Perfect. Yes,
Okay.
Ramones head-to-head with like QXZZ with 3 elimination points. He got. This is like the very, very I'm not gonna say old player, but veteran player coming from Indonesia. He's been like doing PUBG Mobile in the scene like for some quite time, maybe like ever since the first seasons of PMPL locally.
Wow.
When we still got PMPL, of course, before we changed it to PMSO, right?
That's true. I kind of miss it though overall.
Yeah,
And
me
speaking
too.
of which, we got Nom with 4 elevation points to be the MVP. For a moment, I thought, hey, it's gonna be one of the members of DRX, but it is actually Nom that has gotten the most points of elimination being back inside of this match. Therefore, he absolutely was very deserving of securing that MVP title. You get to actually see more and more names to be on that MVP race, as it will also be joined with fellow top performers. We got Tricks from AST. We saw how explosive AST was in that early game. Unfortunately, they took up maybe too many fights that resulted in them going out of the game a little bit earlier. And then we also do have 7-9 Depth, and also not forgetting Bravonis that will be joining us as well.
Yep, and talking about Vagabond as well, like this is what I love about seeing the scene in Vietnam region, because they got such a good players. Actually, they got such a good teams. Also to competing internationally, maybe in Southeast Asia, or maybe like even bigger tournaments against all of the other regions. And I kind of miss to see and to witness some of the best teams and also best players from Vietnam to compete each other in the tournament. That's what happened here in Ruthless tournament in Clash of Giants. But kind of different from Vagabond. The other Vietnamese giant, Xavier here, didn't really do well because they eliminated from the game. They out of the game without even bringing 1 point in total. But that's okay for them, and they still got more things to come. More games to come.
That's right. Speaking of which, we also do have all these match reports that has been great stats coming from all the players out there, also including Sambo, which, maybe he's one of those players that I'm not the most familiar with coming into RRQ. Or did he rename or something like that? Because he almost looked like Nepeko for a moment.
Nepeko. Yeah,
it is.
Nepeko.
So it is. Okay, that's it. So I got it right. It is Nepeko. So that I'm not too surprised. He's always been around. Nepeko, I think me and him go way back. I think even on the early days, but I gotta hold myself back from telling you this because we got a break coming up. Maybe we'll continue later on. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Welcome back once again to the Clash of Giants Season 6. My name is Contra. Joining me is Donna Visca. And, it's been such a fun time watching all these teams roll between Group A, B, C. I don't know who's still going to be the Kings of Kings out of all these matches, but I guess we're getting there one step every single way. So, Donna, we've already seen 2 games, but now we got Group B coming back in action. So, how do you think this one's gonna go this time around?
Oh, actually, like what I think is gonna be like a whole, of course, another challenge, another story that we're gonna witness and we're gonna watch, right? Because Group B is gonna up facing against team Group C, where in Erangel, right? Because like the previous match, we kind of see like Group B playing in Erangel, so it's gonna be like a rerun for them. It's actually gonna be easier. It has to be easier actually for Group B playing once more in Erangel rather than Group C, and this is it. What we've been talking about, because the third match of the day is gonna be held in Erangel, and we are gonna see the teams from Group B and also Group C. But talking about Group B though, it is actually kind of hard to point out the teams that been doing quite well in the previous Erangel, right? So yeah, it's gonna be challenging for us to really predict who's gonna win the chicken dinner. What do you think, Contra?
Well, it's definitely hard for me to also pick a team, and now we're also being pressured because production just got another prediction right.
Oh my God.
If I were to point a finger here, I think I kind of know what my next prediction will be, but it's still a tough decision. I'll explain why, because there's actually a lot of good names here in Group B as well. Like, we saw how well VOIN Donkey played out their first match, and I guess we haven't seen that much coming from Team Secret, Boom Esports or so. But I'm thinking that Boom Esports, they're not happy about going out so early into, some of the matches out there. So I'm going for Boom Esports this time around. Like, as much as we've gotten so many of all these Indonesian team predictions, I think they've been doing pretty well, honestly.
Yeah, I think so. But you know what? My heart is kind of heavy towards like another Indonesian team, but twice I predicted Indonesian teams is kind of cursed. So I'm gonna
try something else.
But I've still got a high hope for VOIN Donkey actually, especially watching how they played at Erangel. So yeah, I'm gonna shoot my last shot here. Yeah, locking in for VOIN Donkey.
Oh, cool. So 2 votes coming in, coming from the caster's desk is mainly Indonesia, but production team, you got any thoughts onto this matchup? Because it could be anybody out there.
Yep.
So what's it gonna be, man?
So talking about Erangel though, one of the team that is actually kind of impressive for me is Alliance, if they are playing in Erangel, because in the previous tournaments it's actually they actually applied a really great strategy. They collecting like a lot of elimination points, and the aggression is real actually coming from Team Alliance. So yeah, I cannot wait to see the action coming from Team Alliance. But another Indonesian team here coming from production. All right, Team FALCONS. Interesting.
Oh wow, we got some big rally going on and lots of love, at least from Prot as well as casters. And I'm pretty sure that you guys have your own thoughts as well in the chat. Tell us right below who you love to see in the grand finals. Well, we're still a long way there, but at least like this is still a lot of teams testing the grounds, testing water between the groups. How will they fare? How will they win? Maybe drop spots and stuff like that. So I think it's still pretty okay on how teams have managed, at least from what we saw last couple of games. It's more like all these small little details, timing of rotations, and I think we're good to go. Erangel was explosive. I think we're gonna get another explosive round, Donna.
Yeah, I hope so. We're gonna see like and watch another explosive rounds, explosive Erangel, especially the teams coming from Group C is actually having a really great situation playing in Erangel as well. Like I mentioned earlier, also like about Alliance, Team Alliance is actually doing pretty great in Erangel, especially if the circle or the zone is coming towards the northern area. So maybe we gotta see the drop spot in the first place before we maybe talking about like how the rotation is gonna go and then what are the strategy that they gonna implement. But other than like teams from Malaysia or Indonesia, well, we're gonna see how the action going.
And here we go. There's definitely a whole lot of questions to be answered, and eventually we will get there real soon. But for now, this is going to be a flight path that's coming in from the south side of Sonoska. So we probably would see a couple of direct drops going into this area of play. Well, let's say Sonoska. Actually, we're moving to Miramar. Wait. Nah, we're not moving to Miramar. We're moving to Erangel. Well,
okay.
I guess we get bamboozled for a little bit, but I am for certain that we are going to our classic OG green map. But don't worry, it's just a fine tune. There we go. The right spot. Team Secret, kind of, in the island.
Yep, right. I think like the production team here is kind of hard to move on from Miramar because they won another prediction, right, in Miramar. So yeah, they kind of don't want to leave Miramar as soon. So now, yeah, the real deal has been sealed. We're coming to the third game of the day. This is gonna be like the last game of the first half of the day. Where mentioned by Contra, some of the teams have also like flew to their drop zone. And I'm gonna see where is Alliance going for now because it's gonna determine by what are they gonna do in the next minutes of the game. And I believe they're going towards farm area or maybe like the southeast area of the main island.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be a farm start for them.
Yep.
Meanwhile, over on the south side, over on the ports, there's also some action going on. But in school, RQ Ryu is going to kickstart a little bit of that action as well. So Vel already got a shotgun in hand, a decent way to actually kick things off. But up against BTR, okay, this is the El Clasico, is it? Do we call it the El Clasico?
Not really.
The longest... two of the oldest PUBG Mobile orgs in Indonesia now going up against each other. So at least it's a legacy match. But Asia, they found something of their own. They got knocked. And 7E, they're left running. A very unfortunate start. Meanwhile, FaZe Clan have one being caught. It's going to be Devil United having another stellar start to the day.
Yep, but now we're going to focusing on like the two battles that has been commencing and at the same time between 7-Element and also Ozja and also BTR versus RRQ. And the third battle that mentioned by Contra earlier is like from team 7-Element, I believe, or any other teams. Because looking at like the drop zone here, school, of course, contained by two teams, which is BTR and also RRQ is kind of crowded there. Georgia Pole area is also kind of crowded because VOIN Donkey is there, and also Team 4C, I believe, is also securing the northern area of Georgia Pole itself. So yeah, it's kind of crowded. But Dewa United Helios now coming face to face up against Team FaZe Clan. 3 players down from Dewa United. Only Daybot remaining as the last man standing. He managed to get one knockdown towards one of the player that got 3 from FaZe Clan. But it is gonna be a really hard task to do by Daybot because he was left alone and he have to face 3 players at the same time.
Oh, such a tough start. And this is where RQ Ryu continues to rally, leaving only one member of PTR left. And the Knights are down and out. Ooh, solid 4 pointers right across. And it seems like it is going to be a full-blown battle. FaZe Clan initially lost one. They will go in for that push. It's going to be another member of the side of Devil United. And this is where it pushes out. That guy won. Gets the trade done.
Nice try for Daybot. Actually, he really tried everything that he got at the until the very end of his life in this game. But moving on to the other area, and I believe this is like around hospital and also mountains area. VOIN Donkey have a really early rotation going on for themselves, and they gotta meet AST in this area. But Potato is gonna be like leading the teams towards inside of the circle, but unfortunately enough for Zeta, one of the aim star, one of the like fire power that VOIN Donkey have, he got eliminated too soon in the game.
Yeah, it's so unfortunate that it has gone in such a way, and this is where Tribe RMOC, they are trying to at least take a decent position as they try to give chase towards the other member of VOIN Donkey, but somehow Gekor, he actually finds it, but quickly trades back alongside Venom. There's fights almost everywhere in the map, but this hospital ground fight is so difficult for these members of the VOIN Donkey.
Yeah, it is. It is crowded everywhere because like the big cities is contained by like more than one teams I mean, but for now we still continue to see the action between AST versus VOIN Donkey, which left by 2 players remaining now. Potato, the IGL himself, is gonna try to eliminate at least one of the players from AST Tribe, who left by 3 players. 2 of them are in low HP, need to heal up a little bit, but Potato got a shot down by Zio from Team Tribe, of course, and with that, the elimination point going into Tribe Aromacy.
My. Another stellar start. Tribe Aromacy just seems to be a team that is unrelenting, whereas another crash right through the building as they want to hunt out for Razak, but Razak is super prepared. He's going to do a little bit more of that damage now down to Taman. He does have that UMP. He tries to flush it, but he doesn't have the angles, unfortunately. So, as we continue on, this might just be another big strike, and VOIN Donkey, can they rely on Razak to turn this big fight around? He's looking for his turn knock, and it's down to Zio. 1 HP left, and somehow he survives.
Oh my god, super low HP, and Razak gotta need to really heal himself up. And now the last player standing, the last players remaining from AST is gonna be hunted down by Razak. This is like the second fragger actually, like from VOIN Donkey ID. So this is the VOIN Donkey is actually have a really high chance to win this battle, but I don't want to spoke too soon because Razak now cooking up some grenade and gonna prepare to welcome the last players who have been eliminated. Okay, enough by Razak. 4 points for VOIN Donkey coming for or coming from, I mean, 1 player only.
What a clutch. I mean, if I were that player, yep, I would be celebrating that way as well. But look at school. We have another visit. It's the weekend, but it seems like they love to actually study a little bit more. Is it revision time? It seems like Sobel quickly gets taken down, and that's the power of 4 Tribes Esports. 4T, they're coming in hot, but they need to actually clear many of these angles because inside of school, there's just too many of these rooms. So they have to be very careful because they don't have that full info on RRQ.
Yep, RRQ still with 3 players, and now one of them is cooking up the grenades, maybe preparing for it, trapping the players from Team 40. But now 40 has been prepared. And maybe they gonna do some push strategy towards 2 of the players from Team RRQ. Where knocking or knock, I believe, is gonna be left at the left area, but he got shot down by K-Look because Alliance somehow got a vision, got an angle to the position from Team 40. But now Team 40 IQQ is gonna like revive, is gonna help the player to revive, to come back to the battleground. But now Nerbeco is actually giving up some pressure towards Team 40, while Snape is gonna pushing towards IQQ and the friends. Low HP, IQQ need to back up a little bit. Snape also low HP. I mean IQQ really got the really good shot here, but Nerbeco here, of course, is gonna come with the last shot remaining, but IQQ managed to heal himself up. But now it's time for Nerbeco to really shoot her shot, or his shot, I mean, and eliminate the last man standing for Team 40.
It's crazy. How many action are we getting inside school? Even FALCON BG Alliance wants to get involved. And through the smokes, he's going to seek it all out. Kasim, he will get the drop done. Still coming in with the S12K. The Malaysian squad looking to be fast and furious, but they can't really see it through just yet. Is there enough time for the rest of RQ to get those resuscitations through and keep themselves healthy throughout this battle? Because after taking on some of all these members of 4T, it didn't seem like they are ready for another one, but they will have to fend off against a very familiar opponent. It's going to be Snape taken down first, and RQ is being sent off, but at least RQ's got 6 points.
Oh, a perfect timing coming from Alliance. They're really joining the party. They really eyeing towards like Team RRQ, and they join in such a perfect timing. And that is what I mentioned earlier about Team Alliance, where when they got some strategy in mind, they really applied it like maybe near perfect, I would say. And yeah, that is what we witnessed all together. But now they're touching down in the very edge of the circle, maybe gonna proceeding into Rozok or maybe southern area of the circle. But they and us, we gotta wait for the next zone shift. Where is it gonna be? Is it gonna be like towards the northern area, or maybe like in the middle area, where I think it's gonna be like the zone shift is gonna be like in the middle area.
Yeah, it seems very similar to the very first game that we have played out today. And teams like New Era, this is going to be one of the first Erangel to be played out, if I'm not mistaken. Wait, they did manage to play the other Erangel, so they would know exactly which spot to be looking at the very least, to get a little bit of clear idea. So I think a lot of teams, they would want to get to the same plane crash site, just like how DRX have secured a top 2 position from there. But even so, being there very early puts you in a very tough spot, because other teams, when they do rotate and if they see you, they can instantly find a lot of easy pickoffs. I say easy, but you know, the whole lobby is like some of the best players in the world.
It looks easy though.
Yeah, sometimes they make it look too easy for us, but it's actually super difficult. I don't think I last even 5 minutes in lobbies like this. So
exactly.
that's just being fair, right? So we'll see what happens from here.
Yeah, right. But maybe like the difference between the previous game, the previous Erangel, and then this Erangel is the broken plane area is now it's kind of like to north area, so it's near the edge of the circle. So the fact that it is still in the station number 3 and we still got a lot going on in the next minutes of the game, maybe the chance to like the plane crash area is gonna be away from the next zone is really high, and the rotation is gonna that they gonna take is gonna be very, very difficult. But now Alliance have to face Team Secret. Team Secret managed to get some of the names from Team Alliance, or 1 elimination points towards them. But now the task is, or the thing is, Team Secret only down with 2 players remaining.
Yeah, it's just the tough spot to actually fully commit. Here comes Adik Luke pushing through, but he gets the drop as well. Break! He always is the clutch master of the team, and finally gets to get down with a flank coming in from Iftar. And so as he just runs him right through, the rest of Team Secret has arrived to take them on. So
All
it's
right.
not going to be all too straightforward right now, but they are going to full send it. Kasim, he wants blood. You can smell it already. Now down to Trank, 2 versus 2. Kasim now still has the grenade cooked up, but it is Selcom DG Alliance bowing out. Team Secret holds strong to that area play.
Oh my god, a split second grenade toss has been missed by Kasim. That was too unfortunate event that we witnessed together. But yeah, the game is still on now, and we're gonna see the next circle is gonna go in the middle area once again. So the Eastern is gonna be really crowded because some of the teams is already there at the edge of the circle. Maybe like gonna gatekeep all of the players, all of the teams that coming behind them. Like maybe one of them is Boom Esports, which the fact that Team Secret is gonna take a long road to rotate is kind of challenging because the other area, or maybe like the northern area of the circle, is also kind of crowded, where there is already like a lot of the teams. Just Thailand is one of them. They face to face up against Team Vagabond. A lot of the teams, or all of the player, I mean, is going to shut down. And Flash also, after they secure some of the elimination point, Gosu is here trying to steal some elimination points towards Team Flash, but trade is still going on between Team 4C and also Team Flash, but now they are down with one place remaining. I mean, Young T is left alone. Is he's gonna take the last man standing from Team 4C? What a stronghold Team Flash has.
Oh my goodness, this game, it's all the Vietnamese teams bouncing back up. We got Team Secret winning fights, we got Team Flash winning fights. Asia also getting clipped. This time is by Abrupt Slayers, Chisung with that DBS, and also New Era. They also come into the party as well. Long range trace, and here comes Soaz from down below. He gets the shot. And now, down to Asia TH Secret. Another long range shot coming in to connect. But this is going to be a tough spot to be for Asia Esports.
Yep.
They rely on Yui as well as Shopper to get most of these points back into their side. But now it's getting a little scarier to commit because that shift of the zone is going to put them in that awkward spot if they continue to fight against New Era.
Yep, indeed. Especially like the Team Flash is actually like already inside deeper in the circle, and they're gonna wait for team like OJT Ash is gonna come towards them. But at the other side, Team VOIN Donkey has been eliminated out of the game with bringing 4 elimination points, as long as or as the same as Team Secret as well. And now we're down to 8 teams remaining, where after all of the battles that we've witnessed, I think they still need to reposition and also maybe rethink the strategy all over again, because the terrain that they gonna face in the stage number 4 onwards is gonna be challenging. It's gonna be like a really tough situation going on around them.
I absolutely do agree. Where everywhere they turn, they will be expecting certain opponents to be waiting along the wings. So it's all about all these tiny little steps that they do make from here on out. And Boom Esports, a much better run this time around. Still having 4 members still left intact. The zone will be closing in a very short moment. So we might be expecting a lot of fight to be erupting as shots are being fired. That's going to be 1 member down from the side of New Era. Meanwhile, look at that extreme control. ASL, I think this is a very good position to be. But I say that there's already shots coming firing from the side of Boom Esports towards their direction.
Yep. But looking at the medium map now, in terms of like the position, I wonder what is the decision that been made by Team Flash, because they are really putting up some aggression towards Team OJTH, and I've been waiting. I'm gonna waiting for the results now. But Team Pandem, I believe, got eliminated by the opposing team. Of course, they are out of the game, only bringing like to elimination point, and now Boom Esports, who mentioned earlier by Contra, is actually like controlling a lot of vision or a lot of angles here. Jackie going around and maybe gonna reposition himself towards a better and safer zone or safer area. But now they have a really good information towards all of the other opposing teams now, but they are too open. Smoke hasn't popped yet, and one player is knocked down all over again.
Oh boy, this game is just never-ending fights going on right now. Red Bull is definitely under pressure with that nade being dropped right in. Abrupt Slayers, they know that this could be a good pick for them, but they can't really move way too close from this position. So being absolutely careful, this is still going to be a tough task for them to actually get much to be done. But over the side of Wix, he's going to be looking at those far angles, finding Jackie, destroying that vehicle to get that knock.
All right, now Boom Esports only left the 2 players remaining, whereas Team Flash, they're gonna searching for the opening or more elimination point, because like as I mentioned earlier, actually Team Flash is having a really good position inside the circle, but they are really putting on some aggression to collect more elimination point. And now the entry knock is there. Snipe is knocked down by them, but they doesn't really have a chance to eliminate that player. But FaZe Clan, though, they also have a vision, a clear angle towards New Era. But New Era really giving up the battle for Team FaZe Clan. But Zuli, low HP, really need to slow down a little bit to heal himself up.
Oh boy, New Era now getting crashed by the rest of the members of FaZe Clan. And just like that, they don't even need to fire a single shot of the bullet. And they managed to just take over control. Right now, only 5 more teams left as the Malaysians bow out.
Oh my god.
Oh, it's topsy-turvy. And right now, Team Flash, they are just holding down FaZe Clan. They say, yep, you can take the position of those New Era members. We don't care. We can just hold you down.
Yep. They will hunt everyone down. And now Topsy is gonna cooking some grenade, hoping to give a splash damage for Team FaZe Clan. And now look at that repositioning movement that has been done by 2 of the players from FaZe Clan. They don't want to do any reckless movement for now, but they gotta need to be extra careful because like one of the player remaining from 7th Element is actually have a chance to taking down one of the players from FaZe Clan if he got the angle, if he got the chance. But look at that awareness coming from Team Flash. They got the position, they got the awareness, they got the bravery here, the confidence as well. And 6th elimination point, they want to looking for some more. And looking at how they play, it is actually safe to say Team Flash have a really high chance to get the champion.
Yeah, it's probably either Team Flash or maybe even some of the members of Abrupt Slayers, because they still have all 4 members still intact. So it's really boiling down to who really has the better angles to work with. But right now, very likely, like you said, Team Flash, their position's looking rather good, where teams have to go to them. They don't have to go to anyone at all. So tough luck. Whereas FaZe Clan now getting ambushed. They did spot Alien lurking somewhere around the corner.
Yeah, that's what I said. Alien really get the opportunity to collect 1 elimination point towards Team FaZe Clan, and now FaZe Clan only left with that guy one who has been eliminated by Team Flash. And now we only have 4 teams remaining. And of course, the information is there, the awareness is there from Flash, and the crash is real. Team Flash presenting themselves into the top 3 because 7 Element get out of the game.
It's been a really good fight from 7 Element, though. Well, I almost said the brand name, you know, like, close enough.
I know what you're about to say.
Because like that's kind of what we call it in Malaysia, 7E. Right. And overall, right now, I think it's a very even fight. Boom Esports, you know, I put my chips on the table for these guys, and in terms of position, maybe they don't really have the best of it, but who knows? If these two teams commit to the fight, Boom Esports might even fancy that chance eventually to close right in, draw them out, and perhaps just by being the third party, they can get something done.
Yeah, but the fact that there are two center, two open, minimum resource, minimum smoke, it is actually kind of scary situation, scary position coming from Boom Esports, but now they're putting on some aggression, and one man down from Team ASL. One knockdown. Are they gonna get the elimination point? Coming for Boom Esports, it is gonna be 6th elimination point if they got the man eliminated. But I think Team ASL still have the slight space to really... Oh, I spoke too soon. One man eliminated, but JK now being spot down by Bowsy from Team Flash.
So unfortunately, he parked the car too nearby, and here comes the reckless moves coming from Team Flash. They crash through, 2 members out, and just like that, Boom Esports picked 2 members off. 2 members left for the side of Flash on top of the hill. But can they even get the revives? There's barely any angles, like you said, for them to even move around. Now, needing to get revives, even more difficult. Suddenly, the tides have turned, and maybe, just maybe, ASL can use this chance to close the game.
Yeah, maybe the chance is high for Team ASL, but I was about to say that Team Flash don't need to do a blunder movement, but now too open. Every angle has been shot towards one of the players from Team Flash, and now they are down with 1 player remaining. Boom Esports, at the other hand, they managed to refresh their resources, refresh their smokes as well. So the angle isn't really clear coming from all of the teams, but now smokes is out. And also, once again, this is the situation. This is the situation that Boom Esports gotta have faced. But Flash team get out of the game at the 3rd place.
It's so crazy that Boom Esports, with so little angles, they are the ones surviving instead of Team Flash. I think it was just reckless, right? Like, Team Flash, they had certain advantages. They had to push out. They were kind of forced to do so, maybe because of the blue, but they honestly could have taken a couple more seconds and navigate the situation. They didn't really have to rush it. They were too confident in that sense. And now, ASL, they draw all the way back. They get the cover of the hill. Boom Esports gets to fight for another chance. So this is definitely going to be a tough call. So it's really relying on Extreme here for ASL to find a pick. If he gets 1 pick, then it might be over and done for Boom. I say this, but it's not going to be so easy as it looks.
Yeah, and the fact that I really like how Boom Esports is actually handling the battle coming from Team Flash, coming from uphill, is actually advantageous for Team Boom Esports, because right now the team that they need to face at the very end of the game is actually ASL at the other side of the circle. So with the terrain situation, it is quite Boom Esports have the natural obstacles that really decreasing the vision or the angle coming from Team ASL. So Boom Esports is actually like have a really good time to reposition themselves and maybe to rethink all of the strategy, whereas 2 of the players of ASL is kind of stuck together in at the big rock area.
Yeah.
Is that one? Oh, only 1 player. Extreme.
True enough. And right now, they're just waiting for the circle to eventually shift. And it really seemed like ASL, they just want more of the circle so that it forces Boom to eventually leave that terrain eventually. So that being said, it's a widespread ASL. They're respecting the space. They know where Boom Esports is at. So it's all about eventually, when they get out of cover, it's just about the right timing to actually strike all together. Now, Chiso, he does have a vehicle. Maybe he can be a bait if he wants to, but all around, it really boils down to stage 9. So stage 9, it's going to go to center, which is why ASL, they're just playing the waiting game. They don't really have to do too much. And I guess it's all down to the grenades. They got to try the chances here. Boom Esports got to do something.
Yep. And talking about Grenade though, what I like about both of the team here is actually the spread out. They really split themselves up with from each other. I mean, because like they know for sure if one grenade being tossed towards themselves is gonna be a calamity for themselves. One knockdown is gonna be following up with another knockdown or maybe elimination. So yeah, once again, that is what I like about both of the teams here. But now ASL is gonna be like sending Chaesung, I believe, to securing or maybe gathering some information in the flank position, but smoke beam pops out at the Chaesung area, so it is giving such a good information actually for Boom Esports in terms of like the position of each players of ASL, but the movement being made by Boom Esports, one man down and 2 players remaining.
Yeah, he went in to be the sacrificial lamb just to try to create an angle, but now Chaesung has also closed in. The nade popped perfectly. Boom Esports so close yet so far. Does not get to outlast Abrupt Slayers of Nepal. That will be the best team here in Erangel.
Oh, congratulations, Abrupt Slayers, ASL. To get winner chicken dinner, what a really nice closing. Full packed of like strategy, full packed of like fully thinking what they are gonna do in the next rounds, in the next seconds of the game, towards or to get the winner chicken dinner, as well as Boom Esports. They try to like fishing out or baiting out the players from team ASL to maybe like securing one knockdown, but unfortunately enough for Boom Esports, one man being knocked down is giving them a really challenging situation coming to winner chicken dinner. So once again, 5 + 3 means 8 elimination points coming from Abrupt Slayers, and it is quite nice result for them.
Yeah, I love seeing this end game result coming in from the side of Abrupt Slayers because we know them to be a super aggressive team. They also showed this side where if you want them to play control, they can also play that play style as well. Exactly. So this is very calculated coming in from them. And you also gotta remember at a certain point in time, when both 3 teams were healthy, Team Flash, Boom Esports, as well as themselves, they tried to rotate over the top side, and then they got caught out. And you saw they committed, they sent members to go in for the save, and they still managed to pull all the way back, getting themselves back to safety. And they decided, you know what? Let's have Team Flash fight with Boom Esports. We can take the fight later on. And that is the biggest factor for them to get that win in their hands.
Yeah, a very wise decision, I would say, coming from Team ASL, where they need to really choose what they need to do next. Yeah, and then once again, winner chicken dinner for Team ASL, and now we see a lot of like tribal being used by Team Flash as also. 26 grenade is kind of huge a number actually to be used in a single game, but unfortunately enough, once again, maybe a little bit reckless movement and also blunder that they faced, so they were eliminated earlier. So yeah, now I believe this is Yummy G82 from Boom Esports got 4 elimination points, head-to-head with Chaesung from ASL, one of the player holding the best angle possible for Team ASL and securing like the players from Boom Esports. So the players from Boom Esports wasn't really have a chance to move around easily. But other than Chaesung and also Yummy themselves, the MVP of the map is actually Extreme, who got 5 elimination points here.
Yeah, Extreme was really important in this matchup where he was actually the one taking very firm control, and you saw that Extreme was also holding over onto what I do believe was the corner of rocks as well. So that position so far has really been anchored true, where it was a massive defense coming from the side of Abrupt Slayers. And even when the time where they need him to actually go in rushing in those earlier fights, he has that confidence to do so. So when we add all these stats together, these are our top performing players across the lobby, as we got members from Abrupt Slayers, RRQ, VOIN Donkey, as well as VOIN Esports. A lot of familiar names, and it's good to also see Reza to be part of the party as well. Now let's add the points together. 18 points, big chunk for ASL. Meanwhile, VOIN Esports, I predicted so close once again, but they only walk away with 14 points.
Yeah, right. They actually did pretty good in the game. I have a little bit of a doubt for VOIN Esports in the middle of the game, because they lost a player, and also they have a really awkward situation in terms of position, but they managed to really survive until the end of the game, and that was a classy gameplay that been served by VOIN Esports. And also the other team is Team Flash, who got 8 total elimination points, but the longest distance elimination is actually done by Zully from Team New Era, because Team New Era, I believe, as I can remember, is at the middle of the game. They secure in the northern area of the circle, right? Maybe at the outskirt area of shooting range itself. And then they are kind of poking out towards the teams in the eastern area, like Flash, like VOIN Esports. So maybe that's where the longest distance elimination he got.
Yeah, I think so too. It was just unfortunate that when they were going up against Team Secret, then it was that 1 second too late of a grenade for them to at least bring the fight a little bit closer. But the results are, of course, as follows: as ASI currently is the top team to beat with 31 points on the podium. DRX, of course, they took a break this round, but they will be back in action later on, 25 points. And Abrupt Slayers, after that chicken dinner, they're just 1 point behind DRX.
Yeah, with 24 total points. And also, we gotta see the other teams here. Blue Squad, Sam9 need to step down a little bit in terms of the position in overall rankings, with 12 total points each for each team, alongside with RRQ as well. 7th Element, Team AST also need to step down a little bit, but because Alliance didn't really collecting much point, they don't really move quite a lot in terms of the placement in overall rank.
Yeah, it's been a difficult day for some of these teams out there. It's surprising to see all these big names over on to the third layer of the list. Falcons, Alter Ego, Infinity, Secret, BTR, 4T, D Savior, MMG included. So I guess there's still many more opportunities, because to get into maybe the second page or even the first page, you need about at least 15, 17 points in order to get by. But, when any of these big teams, when they score a chicken dinner, usually it's by 20 over points. So who knows? Maybe a win would really get them out of the red. But for now, we take a little bit of breathing space, Donna. I guess we're going to hit the halfway mark, and then we bring you into the next game. So do stay tuned.
Welcome to the second half of the day where we're gonna see and we're gonna watch Miramar for once more. And it is, once again, it's gonna be like a whole different situation, a whole different scenario that we're gonna witness with a bunch of like new teams here competing to each other, or like we're gonna see the different group is gonna be playing in this Miramar. So I hope that we gotta watch some more entertaining matches in Miramar.
Yeah, I'm very sure that this is going to be, as the time progresses round after round, we're just going to see more and more teams getting hungrier. And hungrier means they will deliver some of the most action-packed matches out there. So this is definitely going to be interesting on how A versus B interact, because the last we saw them was back in match 1 to fend off against each other. Now, they're going to meet each other in Miramar for the first time, but I think that they already have maybe a rough idea if they were watching the stream overall. Like maybe they know, okay, we should avoid this drop spot, that drop spot, maybe look for some other plans, or you know what, maybe we can fight them at certain drop spots. So that being said, this is definitely going to be pretty interesting on how it's going to run in between A and B.
Yep, and these are the team that is going to be playing in Miramar once again, Group A and also Group B. So now, reflecting from the overall rankings, the fact that the Xavier, one of the giant coming from Vietnam, for now doesn't really have a chance to collect 1 point. Even now with 0 point, they are at the very bottom of the overall rankings, and they are gonna play in Miramar. And I believe the last time they play in Miramar, they get out of the game too soon without a single point, right? That is what the thing is. That is actually the thing to work on around the Xavier. But now it's come to predictions once again. Do you have anyone in mind?
It's a tough pick because I was thinking ASI8. I mean, it's easy to say who's sitting at the top right now, right? But like, I'm also thinking, could this also be a Falcon side that shows up, because they usually also are very strong inside of Miramar. So I'm thinking that it's either or. So I'm just gonna give maybe a little bit of a cheering spirit to some of the members of Falcons Force right now, because I think they kind of need it a little bit more. So my vote goes to Falcons this time.
All right, fair enough. The last Miramar was actually like DRX, right? Who got the chicken dinner?
That's right.
Yeah, DRX.
You want to go for one more?
I don't
Let's
think so. As much as I believe with the RX strength, but I am the one who still don't believe in like double winner chicken dinner in the same match, especially like in this round robin format. So I'm gonna lock in for maybe this time Abrupt Slayers, because they've been doing really great in the past like matches that they played, right? So maybe it is about the time for ASL to get that winner chicken dinner.
Back-to-back win. That's what Donna believes.
Yep.
So overall, I do believe you, because ASL, like, I love that they have so many different kind of play styles with them. They have that discipline, and I think that's what's necessary in Miramar. So production, are you gonna let us off the hook for a little bit? Are you gonna just be easy on us, or are you gonna land another prediction right? Come on,
Okay,
VOIN Donkey. Solid. I like, because we remember them being, I believe, top 2. Was it for VOIN Donkey? Yeah. So for the last Miramar. So things are looking pretty good. So I guess we're ready to roll.
Yep. Oh, if not top 2, it's top 3, because like GRX versus another team, I believe, because like VOIN Donkey only left with 1 players remaining in the last Miramar.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah. Top 3. All right.
Now that I recall it as well, like VOIN Donkey, I remember there was only like 1 member left. Like if they had more members, I think maybe they could have actually done so much more damage and take over the map. DRX is still one of the teams to beat as well. So like, but it's always very risky when you go up against DRX. Like I think in the group stages, they have shown us that when you go up against QXE, it doesn't matter if you 4 versus 1, he can take your whole team down. This guy is a different animal, I would say, like the way that he plays. So DRX, I don't know what really is the formula to actually flush them out unless you have multiple teams really go against them at the very same time. But it really takes a whole lot to flush these guys. So we'll see if it's going to be, you know, another big win for Abrupt Slayers. Maybe DRX could be consistent at the very least, or maybe another chicken dinner, which you will regret not voting for. But yeah, tell us, you know, like there's definitely a whole lot that is going to be happening throughout the course of the week, because when it's not only just for today, we have this survival stage running for tomorrow and the day after, and then after that there's going to be the last chance, and then the grand finals.
Yes, for sure. Who that we're gonna have to look for the top 2 teams from the survival stage who's gonna take the 2 spot directly to the grand finals without having to go through the last chance. Whereas like the spot number 3 until to the 20th placement in the survival stages, they are gonna have to going through the last chance once again. That is the format or for this tournament, right? So talking about maybe because the teams from Group C is not gonna be playing in this Miramar, and also RRQ is not gonna be playing in Miramar as well. So Contra, can you tell me like the story between you and also Nerpeko that you wanted to tell us? Because like
like I remember like
then, right?
I first met him, it was like 2018, that this player has played back in the PMCO days, if you do remember. Like those were like some of the earliest field tournaments, and you know how many players in this lobby has been playing for so long, you know, like I remember sometimes I hang out, you know, Zuxi, Luxi, yeah, you can argue, but now I don't know who's in BTR nights, you know, like they covered the names, so I could just leave that story for later. But Tobacco, I remember like we hang out and then, like sometimes we have some food together in between breaks, and like he's always like a pretty chill guy, you know, like always have some really good spirit. And even those days, even when he was in other teams before landing up in RRQ, if I'm not mistaken, or has he always been in RRQ? I gotta remember, because like he has always been that one guy that clutches for the team. You know, over the years, it's still great to see that, you know, he's still showing up against so many young names that has been showing up from Indonesia.
And Nerpeko is actually like one of the most consistent player for the past years that in the professional scene for PUBG Mobile, right? He played like ever since PUBG Mobile preseason PMPL, and also in every single PMPL, and he's also like very, very loyal, because like he's been staying in RRQ
the whole time.
The whole time since the very beginning, right? And and in terms of like the performance, in terms of like the result itself, Nerpeko is actually like I kind of rare to see he is flopping too much. That's why I point out that he's one of the most consistent player. And with all of the experience that he got, with all of the story that he got, he don't need to play in the next.
The hit crew coming through. You know what we finna do. Running game, second plays. You know how we like to
go into another matchup between these two groups, and we're diving into Miramar here in the survival stage of Clash of Giants Season 6. If you guys haven't subscribed, man, what are you guys doing, man? Like, we're delivering you the best PUBG teams across the globe. So make sure if you guys enjoy what you see, to give our producers a little bit more of a love, hit that like button as well on YouTube, and you guys are sorted for a lot of good time throughout the course of the week. Anyways, of course, we talk about legacy, we talk about long-standing players, and also new names that have also joined us here in the tournament who are hoping to make a name for themselves. It all starts here in the survival stage, and only the best will survive.
Yep, and once again, we're gonna see where are the teams is going to in terms of like the drop zone itself. But maybe one team that I want to point out is once again the Xavier, because if I'm not mistaken, the last time they played at Miramar, they dropped to Los Leones. Please correct me if I'm wrong, guys. Here, but yeah, the fact that the Xavier didn't really have a chance to collecting so much point in the previous games is actually like kind of unfortunate for them. So maybe they need to rethink the new strategy and maybe like putting up some more aggressions to collect some more elimination points. So yeah, that is what I've been waiting for coming from one of the giant from Team Vietnam, which is the Xavier. But for now, we're gonna witness once more early engagement between two Team New Era and also Team Blue Squad. Hexa has been left alone. He have to face 4 players, 4 members, full squad, and it is gonna be like a very hard time, very hard situation for Hexas, and of course it is quite quote unquote easy elimination or free elimination coming for Team New Era.
Yeah, the place that he's dropped is so far away from the rest of Blue Squad, so there's no chance whatsoever that any of these members would go cutting from Impala directly into where New Era was. And in exchange, New Era, they responded very, very quickly. Now, Sunshine is a player that I've not really seen before, so I have no clue who exactly this is, but hopefully one day it will be revealed to us.
Mhm.
But when we go back into an area that always sees about 2 teams, this time it's Team Secret versus ASI8 inside of Los Leones, whereas the Savior is the one that moved into El Pozo instead. So perhaps what you said was true. Maybe they have to change certain things, and maybe they have to be maybe a little bit more aggressive. Who knows? They might even take on VOIN Donkey to see who established that control inside El Pozo later.
Yeah, right. Because Voin Donkey is right behind them, and it's actually have a really high chance to move or to rotate towards like the Xavier's area. But looking at the circle, of course, like Voin Donkey has really great awareness in terms of like where all the other teams are coming, which is like at the eastern area is gonna be crowded. So yeah, maybe Voin Donkey for now is gonna take the chance, the timing to maybe move around a little bit, maximizing the timing, the early free time that they got. And this is the visualization for you guys in terms of like the position of each teams currently. And now, Team New Era, after they got 1 elimination points towards Team Glue, who securing Impala area, they are moving towards in the northern area now. They don't want to like waste any more time and maybe like waste any more resources to have a really big engagement or commitment towards Team Glue. So yeah, it's quite a wise decision actually to be made for Team New Era.
Yeah, true enough. And overall, like one of the team that I do expect to be very explosive to play some of all these matches is Alter Ego Ares,
Mhm.
but they have not really shown too much of their usual strength so far.
Yeah,
Hopefully, we
right.
do get a little bit more out of Alter Ego because they have been revered to be, one of the strongest teams in the world for quite some time.
Yep.
And we last saw inside Lost Notice there was 2 teams, and now
Yep.
the third team joins in, and that is Team Flash, but they got caught out by Team Secret.
Yep. One name has been shown in the elimination feed, and that name has been collected as a elimination point for Team Secret. So currently, Team Flash. Well, the fact that Los Leones is a very big city, right? So Team Flash is actually can apply another strategy, which is like maybe avoiding a big war between them versus Team Secret. So maybe that is what is going on right now between Team Flash and also Team Secret. Team Secret as well, they don't really want to put a lot of effort, 100% effort to hunt down players from Team Flash. They are rather to like continue to loot around Los Leones because they still have some time for now, because Los Leones is actually like still at the edge of the circle, but they cannot really waste any more time, or like more time that than they needed, because the blue zone is coming, the blue zone is
Mhm.
approaching. And if they miss the moment and also miss the timing to do the rotation, it's gonna be like a very hard situation for them to face off.
That's right. When you rotate late, you don't really get the full info against all the other teams that have already scouted the area inside the zone. So going blindly sometimes can lead to very fatal accidents. It could also lead to uh,
Mhm.
some really unwarranted fights, whether if you win it or not. So sometimes it's best to actually move earlier. Speaking of movements, though,
Mhm.
Alter Ego having Okta to hear all these footsteps, he knows that Cuz is around, but does Cuz actually know about his whereabouts? Cuz goes onto the vehicle. Is this the vehicle that Okta has, or did he use it to get here? That I'm not too sure, but he's already got all the guns pointed at him, and one from the top of the hill. So that means ESL, they've been watching all the time to know that Okta's somewhere around there.
Oh, what a move coming from Team Abrupt Slayers. They are really like playing along with a Team Alter Ego Ares, but now they also need to be careful because Alter Ego Ares also have the angle towards them, and can manage to give a little bit of damage towards the player of ASL, but now they still got some space between the two. So yeah, we're not gonna be witnessing any 100% commitment war between Abrupt Slayers and also Team Alter Ego Eras, because it is too soon, I believe. But what I noticed is actually Alter Ego Aris's rotation is quite fast to do, because they moved from the very southern area of the Miramar itself, right? And now they are already like touched down in maybe a quarter of the circle, and it is like a nice, quite nice position to hold and to wait for the next shift of the zone, which is gonna take in the middle area of the circle.
Yeah. Can I make an assumption that Patikawa is actually Rosemary, or can I not make that assumption?
Mm.
Because I look at that list of names, like, it feels like this one guy is missing, and this guy kind of shoots like Rosemary. I don't know. So maybe it is him. So you guys can take a wild guess. Meanwhile, rotations into the center. Oh, you can just see how crowded things are.
Yep.
Players all across Chumacera, across Picado. Outside of Picado is where it really looks scary. You can see small names appearing on the screen. Broom Esports.
Oh.
And speaking of which, oh my word, what just happened right there? Blue, they arrive upon the scene and they will flush out all these players inside the building by the corners of Picado, while member down from the side of 7 Elements, but there's still more to go.
Yep, one elimination point has been pocketed for Team Glue Squad. Two players is gonna try very hard to really securing the rest of the elimination, but it is gonna be uneven battle actually, because Forcey is actually have a higher man advantage than compared to Team Glue Squad actually. But now he is gonna be approaching like one of the properties that has been occupied by one of the players from Glue Squad, and he has been calling for some backup and also for some covers. Meanwhile, one of the players from 4C is going to be securing the outer area of the compound itself, to really looking out for KF or Xbox to maybe like get up from the compound and maybe to have a chance to shoot for Xbox or KF. But for now, two of the players from Glue Squad is really waiting for the moment. They don't really want to do like some reckless movement. Rather, Xbox is gonna be like preparing for the shotgun, and it is gonna be a very scary weapon to use in the position, especially in the stairs area, because the shot is gonna be giving a big damage towards the opponent.
Yeah, it's a very sticky situation right now. They can't exactly leave the building, and no matter what angles they hold, eventually the fight will still rupture between these two teams. But 4C, they're being very respectful despite them being here first and foremost.
Yep.
I was expecting a little bit more of a full swarm. The whole team gets set right in, but they have to be respectful because, you know, they wouldn't know whether if the enemy has like maybe a DBS, right? Then
Right.
that could actually change the whole course of the battle in just a split second. Speaking of which, we do have the late rotations coming from New Era. They were looting from the far outskirts, might be Campo Militar. They will join in the perfect timing, though. Moving from the north, they get the access just by the corner of Monte Nivo. So hopefully things will work out for the Malaysian squad who just established this brand new roster. VOIN Donkey as well. They're cutting through in between DRX as well as two other teams inside of Chumacera. I hope VOIN Donkey survives.
Yeah, they are moving or rotating like quite far to the southwest area, to the northern of Chumacera. And now I've been waiting for where is New Era is gonna be touched down, because it is as you mentioned, it is a quite good timing and also position that they got coming from the Monte Nuevo area. So now the battle between 4C and also Glue Squad is still there, is still here. Both of the teams is still waiting to each other to do the blunder movement, I would say, or maybe some reckless movement. So maybe the opposing team is gonna take some advantage towards them. But none of the players from Glue Squad or 4C is gonna revealing their face to each other, and I believe they can't wait anymore longer, because they are now currently Pecado area is actually like in the outside area of the current circle of the stage, and then the blue zone is also like approaching themselves, so they need to move right now.
Yeah. Smart measures coming from Glue. They don't really want to overcommit into this fight. They don't really have the numbers to work with as well. But, oh, this is going to be a bad call. XKF, he just moved directly into the line of fire, and 4C patience have paid off. Does that mean that the final member will stay put and commit to this fight? I'm not too certain, but this does not seem to bode well for the rest of Blue Squad. I think perhaps the better option is just to drive out of the way. But it seems like Xbox Punk, he's still waiting on across the corner, and Chihi knows because the engines have stopped. He can't be too far away.
Yep. 4C Sports is also like, no, they need to find the last man standing remaining from Glue Squad here. And they still are actually, they got a really hard chance to eliminate the last man standing, but Xbox really maximizing all he got left and got the last elimination before he got eliminated. And once again, handling like the double pick or the double angle coming from Team 4C is gonna be like a really hard task to do.
Yeah, at least he brought 1 point back to the team.
Yeah.
Because if he rotates, you see how many other teams are outside. Not easy. I mean, you got Team Flash, Alva, as well as the rest of Alter Ego rotating on the far outskirts. Some of them might be just caught by the members of Team Flash, who's been holding over the top end of the kill. And any deeper, you have to deal with Boom Esports. Team Flash, as we can see already on your side of the screen, already slowly taking out all these targets. Alter Ego is not having a good day at all. 0 points in this match. And so far, throughout the past couple of games, they only got 6 points so far. So I am starting to worry for Alter Ego.
Oh my god, that was rough for them. For now, but looking at the position for Team Flash after they securing some of the elimination, they need to move into deeper into the circle where Boom Esports is actually like become the gatekeeper for themselves. But at the other side area, the polar opposites area, western side of the circle, we got to see the Xavier is kind of poked by the players from VOIN Donkey. Zeta, one of the empower coming from Team VOIN Donkey, really maximize the mini 14 that he got now. Some damage has been done, but at the other side, once again, I believe this is like the southeast area. ASI8 got a battling up against Team ASL, which only left only by Chesung.
Oh boy. It's gonna be so tough. This is stage 4. We still got 16 teams on board, and ASL only having one healthy member. This isn't really gonna fully cut it, but who knows how far can this member take it? Especially now being wrapped around with majority of all these teams, you can see how careful most teams are because they know if they travel more than 500 meters, they're gonna get shot. Like they take things slowly, steadily, and they already heard that the engines are slowly roaring and departing their area. So Team Flash, they somehow get away from harm, as ASI won't be marking onto them, but they managed to spot a member moving from the outskirts. So I'm not too sure who exactly that is, but the rest of ASI, they might also need to plan of their next move as well. Meanwhile, Team Secret versus Infinity. Wow, we have not seen this in a while in the SEA circuit, but I would love to see if Infinity has got any fight on them, because the last time we saw Team Secret, they're in a really good form. But take a look, the rest of ASI8 are not too far as well. So the more noise they make, they're going to see a whole lot more action. But it is actually Doraemon that goes down first. Wow, interesting turn of events.
Yep, indeed. And that was a really great shot coming from Team Secret. They really maximized and also capitalized what they got here to really bring one of the players from ASIA, which is Doraemon, down. But they still, or ASIA still got some space and time to get back to the battlefield with a full squad. And now, looking at the other direction as well, Sam9 is gonna move around a little bit because they need to continue the rotation now, and they are facing up against Team 40, I believe, and they are sending one of the frontliner here, and I believe he's gonna be looking for some names to be shot down. And there you go. The trading is actually like still happening here between Sam9 and also Team MMG, but 40 is actually want to join the party as well. Or I mean, MMG is gonna try to join the party, but for now, Sam9, unfortunately enough, they are get out of the game in the 16th placement with only 3 elimination points.
Yeah, that is very costly for Semline. I mean, we talked about late rotations, and this is one of the reasons why, you know, sometimes you really got to get those spots. A little earlier, we saw a big blow up, as it's going to be Fluv from Infinity to be able to connect that. Ease finally shows himself, takes down some members from the side of New Era Malaysia. AC 4C Esports is already down, and Outpick Nate dropped over on the side of Falak. 4T currently in trouble, as they will have to face the impending push coming out of MIUMIU Esports. MME, they got the numbers, but Naki, he relays those information. That's all he can do for now. Secret has also been down to 1, all up to Frankie here to save the day.
Yep, only 1 player remaining, coming from Team Secret. But now we're gonna go back to watch some action from MMG and also 40 T24. Now you really need to be extra careful because at the time he tried to revive his teammates. The angle is really clear to the opposing team to really shoot their weapon out towards T24. But now that he's safe and sound, and I believe they got still time to really revive and also repositioning their position, of course. But New Era versus Team Falcon. Finally, we got to see Team Falcon collecting some of the elimination point, and maybe this is the start of the beginning for Team Falcon really going up there.
Oh, I'm glad I actually voted for them, giving them a little bit more ooze of confidence, perhaps. And DRX is also getting striked by these members of MME. But look at what's going on across the road. ASI8 as well as Team Flash, they recommit against each other. They have to leave that compound earlier. But it seems like they are headed to the same direction no matter where they go. But it is going to be Pre-Tom. With that massive grenade, DX is also chimed right in to take on VOIN. Donkey in another angle, but this is the fight that we want to see. A close proximity action here as Doraemon tries to actually drop a big nade onto either tops or even bows. Can he find it? There's just too many layers of smoke. He just got to take a guess.
Oh, finally. I'm glad that you mentioned that we gotta see, like, we gotta witness like a close combat situation here after watching some long range battle in this Miramar. Flash gonna go up against Team ASI. Doraemon cooking up some grenade, waiting for the perfect timing to securing the elimination. But Xavier, finally, I gotta see they got elimination towards Team VOIN. Donkey ID 2 players remaining, Potato and also Razak, and they gotta split themselves up. But Razak once again left alone, burned down to hell, and get out of the game. The Xavier once again finally managed to get some elimination points.
Pretty cleanly done, if you ask me. Overall, they didn't really have to throw all their bodies, exposing themselves. 8 points for ASI8. Am I regretting not voting for them? Maybe, maybe not. Like, I almost voted for them, but hey, they got a clear passage to get into the zone right now. They don't really need to worry too much about the rest of DRX, but DRX, they're also doing exactly the same. So I'm wondering if they're going to move in the same direction. It seems to be the case. And take a look at that formation from DRX. Despite QXZ being spotted out, this is a big drop. He's going to go in. It quickly eliminates him before he actually gets revived. So quick work coming from Doraemon. He's just going to be pulling back, and the rest of DRX, they're replying by taking down Hasaki.
All right, DRX, 3 players. Gonna be like setting up the defense area for themselves, popping up some smokes to really decrease the vision, the visibility from ASI8 by Doraemon here. He got some awareness and also some information in terms of like where the players from DRX touchdown now. 2 players from the DRX, but the shot coming from Jackie towards So Easy and also Hyunbin is actually giving them so much damage, especially with those explosiveness. But now Boom Esports going to join the party, but they gotta face not only DRX but also Team ASI8.
Yeah, they're just slowly through all these angles. They finally get the drop so swiftly. Boom Esports already got all of that information, but Jamin comes in, steals the point away from Boom. And they are also getting clipped. Jackie is in trouble. I'm not sure if they could actually get the revive through, but Jamie, he is delivering a world of hurt to Boom Esports.
A little bit cluttered coming from Boom Esports. It is actually like kind of understandable because they need to move as the blue zone is actually progressing as well, and they chose to like progressing towards DRX's area, but maybe the information isn't really clear for Boom Esports in terms of like the position for each players from DRX and also ASI8, which far behind them or far there. But now ASI8 got a really huge damage as well, but Mascam, and I believe this is like Flyboy. Yes, Flyboy got more elimination towards the opposing team, which is ASI8. But now Billboard from a Pandem got a really clear shot and then got the last elimination point from Boom Esports.
Yeah, Scam was trying to dance all these bullets, but when you're out in the open, it's still very difficult to do. Take a look at the direct center of it all. This could very well be Pandem's game to actually take. We talked about not really seeing much out of D-Savior. D-Savior is back on track, but now is getting shot from the side of Team Pandem. Dimsy did such a great work to be able to actually shred a unit, but by the time that they've already reached the corner, the Savior's gonna be safe. 1 member left for DRX, 3 for the Savior, and 3 for Pandem, while, of course, we've already seen the final member being taken out from the team that I voted for. So, that being said, a lot of us got that prediction right this time around. Well, this is gonna take a long while because currently it's very difficult for any team to flush into Team Pandem's warehouse. They got such a big area, but some of these areas are kind of blocked from having that perfect vision against the Savior, and I don't think they have a clue about the RX right now.
Yeah, but Team Pandem gotta like maximize their man advantage now. All of the advantage that they got, they really need to strengthen their defensive also. But now Levi's gonna be looking for some victim there coming from Team Pandem, I believe. Whereas Jamin, the last man standing from DRX, stand there strong. He's gonna doing all he got to really securing maybe like the second position, waiting for the big fight, the big battle commencing between Pandem and also Team The Savior. And I think as the last man standing, that is actually like a quite wise decision to make.
It definitely is. Overall, Jamin's just gotta play the slow waiting game, while for Team Pandem, maybe they can take a little bit of risk if you ask me, in terms of like maybe rotating out, but I think they're a lot more focused on the Savior's position right now. Because at any given point, if the Savior push, that could actually lead to some losses, while Billbot having some bullets sent his way, it's not gonna be too easy to flush him out of those rocks. First reposition with the buggy, but Dimsy drops in a big nade, and oh my word, he actually gets an eye for an eye. So this is still going to be an even fight between the Savior. Lambo's going to be pushing right in. Nate going for the revive, while Dimsy also gives a little bit of backup towards Jobenki. Billbot still on that flank. They got to remember, it's going to be Billbot out there chipping out the damage, and the Savior, they're falling so low.
Oh my god, 3 players low HP, and Team Pandem, Jobenki managed to get 1 more knockdown, and now the Xavier down to 2 players. And this is the time for Team Pandem is actually like looking for the players from a Team The Xavier, which they did actually, because the Xavier is out of the game. And the last thing that Team Pandem need to do is looking for the last man standing for Team The Savior. Jamin is there, the information is here, and Team Pandem just like that managed to get the winner chicken dinner.
Beautiful stuff, and here we go. I guess this is the one that we did voted for, but it is going to be delivered to Indonesia by Team Pandem, where they've been able to finally seize the opportunity and have themselves a stable run. They are back on track, ladies and gentlemen. One of the heavy hitters hailing from SEA.
Yep, and I love how they managed to really like strengthen their defensive, especially when Team The Savior really trying to swarming in to the warehouse area where Team Pandem has. And with the trading needs that they got, it is actually a very good situation to really stop the move that the Savior trying to get, right? And especially with Billbot is trying to cover the outskirt area of the warehouse and really invested to give a cover from the outer area is really good coming from Team Pandem. So yeah, it is what it is. And as you can see, Tondra, once I stop predicting for Team Indonesia, they actually got the chicken dinner.
Oh, the curse might just be real. My curse is the number 2 curse, so maybe I should not pick any teams at all. You know, like I'm gonna let them get those points, but by the time they want to get that chicken dinner, all hope is lost. So, anyways,
the curse is real for the casters.
Yeah, jokes aside though, I mean, Pandem, like you said, did so well, all thanks to Billbot on that far flank of the hole, which actually allowed them to really put DX in such a dangerous spot where they had no other options but to rush at the back of that warehouse. And by the time that they drop those big grenades, it is all but over, you know. when DRX, I think they've also continued with their consistency, not really having the most takedowns overall, but look at those amount of points of damage that they've been able to do, almost matching up to Team Pandem. So if they did manage to survive, maybe with another extra 2 members for the final circle, then maybe they can actually go blow for blow against either the Savior or even Pandem. Then the results might actually be very different from here. But I like it overall. Team Pandem definitely showing that they still have a very solid chance after this massive win. They should be at least in a safer spot, because the last time we checked, they were at the bottom of the table with not that many points. I mean, the last page of the table, not the direct bottom. But the player with the most damage is from the Raymond. What? 1,104? Are you kidding me?
What?
He could. I think a lot of people stole a lot of points away from this guy. You gotta give Doraemon what he deserves.
Exactly. What I need to look for is actually like how much knocked out that this player been made, right? Because like with only like 4 elimination points, with that more than 1,000 damage, Doraemon is actually like putting quite a battle for the opponents, right? But together with the Doraemon, the top performers are coming from the Xavier, of course. And once again, I need to mention it. I'm really glad to see how the Xavier really come back in this game, because like the previous 2 matches that they played, they didn't really have points. Like they still on the very bottom of the leaderboard with 0 points, and with that that means like plus 13, and then later on we're gonna update in terms of like overall rankings. But for now, Pandem with 8 elimination points, 10 placement points, that ranks up to 18, of course. But yeah, Pandem and also the Xavier has the same amount of elimination point, but ASI8, the one who has been really aggressive, 9 elimination points they got in this Miramar.
Yeah, majority of the teams here definitely get a whole lot of points. I'm just surprised that AS has been, Abrupt Slayers has been taken out so early, alongside with Alter Ego not getting points at all. So that is definitely going to continuously hurt them. But it has been a big bounce back performance for even Dingo Saber. You were asking, when are they going to show up? And look at Nate T. He's like, yep, I am here, but I'm very far away because I'm shooting from 342 meters away. So that being said, you know, ASI8, they are super aggressive and they still remain to be at the top. And DRX, despite being very consistent, they still need to go in for the chase though. Pandem with 1 chicken dinner, suddenly we see them on the top 3. Look at that crazy jump, 14 position jump that pushes everybody down.
Yep, it's kind of deja vu that we witnessed with Team ASL at the previous game as well, right? But not only the Xavier that I'm glad to look at the result, but Team Falcon as well, because they are currently sitting at the 9th position, because the previous over rankings, like they are still at the bottom of the over rankings, and also didn't really have a chance to collect more points. So yeah, maybe this is the time for the Giants name to really showing up in the game. The Xavier now also like jumping up towards like in the middle area of the over rankings, whereas kind of different situation between the other team here is Alter Ego, the Infinity, and also BTR3. Giants name is still at the very bottom of the over rankings.
Yeah, I'm really hoping that they wake up from this nightmare. I mean, like, it's been 4 rounds of play and they've not really seen more than double digits. So definitely they should feel that pressure. But, you know, we give them some time to think on what they need to do, because right now we go on that short break and Donna will be back for 2 more rounds here in the Clash of Giants. And here we are back again for the Clash of Giants Season 6. This is Contra here alongside beautiful Donna Visca. And we're bringing you a lot of great action to see who makes it out of the survival stage. So now we're going to move into a different group again. And I believe we're moving into Erangel. And we're seeing, so many stacked teams up against each other. And I think it's been such a tactical game between all these groups all together.
Yeah, and that is the interesting thing to watch, right? In the past 4 games that we watched, because in every game, in every map, we've kind of seen like differences in terms of like strategy, in terms of the rhythm tempo that the teams brought for us. So in this Erangel, we gotta watch some action between Group A versus C once again, where teams like Alter Ego, ASI, DRX, Infinity, Xavier, and whatnot is gonna competing up against teams like RRQ, OJTH, Dewa United Hellas, and also Vagabond Saudi and whatnot. So yeah, they're gonna be having another chance to play really well here, and also to collect more and more points to securing the top position, and maybe like the top 2 position where they can secure the spot directly to the grand final without having to going through the last chance, or maybe securing the position where they don't be eliminated. But now it's time for another prediction between Group A and also C. It is a hard task to do, actually, for the casters, right?
Yeah, it definitely is. I mean, who am I going to curse this time? Let's see. It's been tough. It's been really, really tough. Okay. Now, the Saber has now finally gotten a little bit more action. I think that was just the starting point for them. So this time around, I think like the Vietnamese superstars, they should have a better confidence moving into this map, which is Erangel. So this Saber it is. Luck in my answer. I might regret it, but at this point, I'm happy with 1 point from my group stages. If I can catch up to prediction, then great. Maybe I need more days to do that.
I got only 2 chances there, and I haven't been able to secure even 1 correct prediction. But for now, I gotta go for FALCON DG Alliance.
Very interesting choice.
Yeah, because as I said, like Alliance is actually like have a really interesting strategy that they bring in Erangel, but maybe like in the last Erangel that we didn't really have a chance to see what Alliance got. But looking at the last Erangel, looking at how they rotate, how they move, how they took the action, how they took the battle, maybe Alliance is gonna do better in this Erangel. Yeah.
Ooh, Providence giving support to Alter Ego, where we're maybe seeing a very big comeback coming in from the Indonesian side. And it's been pretty interesting. I think like all these 3 teams that we voted for initially have maybe a subpar start as to compare to like maybe all the other big regional tournaments that they usually put, first page results most of the time. So I guess like maybe going into the later stages of the night there, they finally feel like, hey, it's our usual gaming hours. Maybe they feel a little bit more comfortable because a lot of these teams love to stream at night anyway. So maybe they finally have gotten a little bit more energy after dinner, because like through Southeast Asia, I guess it's about dinner time, so probably that might just be it.
Yeah, right. That's what gamers do actually. Like in terms of like the time that we play the game, right? So yeah, we 3 has been locking into the prediction, whether it is like the Xavier, Alter Ego, and also Team FALCON DG Alliance. And also this is your last 2 chances, guys, to put your prediction in the comments in the live chat section. So yeah, tell us what do you think, or who do you think is gonna have like to win winner chicken dinner? Because we are gonna witness it right here, right now.
As we fly right into the OG map, this is going to be an interesting flight path, Donna, as we are seeing this flight moving from the rivers of the south side, heading up towards the corners of Yasnaya. So we still have a lot of regions that all these teams can actually drop to, but maybe this is a little too far south. I might actually think we'll have to fully check on the mini-map to see how it really ends up, but it does seem like there is some access to Stalber. So I think this is one of the most fair flight paths that we actually get for the players. But to teams who love to go to hospital like we saw the last Erangel, maybe that's a little far of a stretch for them to reach.
Yeah, especially Severny also, right? It is too far, I think, for them to approach to Severny area. So yeah, we're gonna wait. What are they gonna do? Because some of the teams is actually like have the secondary option in terms of like drop zone, or maybe if they don't have it, or maybe if the situation is kind of hard for them to execute. Yeah, they're gonna still going into the first option. But now, oh boy, the early engagement is actually happening right here, right now in Erangel FaZe Clan up against Team Dewa United. 2 men down from Dewa United compared to 1 man down from Team FaZe Clan. And now Dewa United looking for the revenge, but Nooks left alone here as the last player is remaining.
So sharp on that attack. He was just by the corner of the wall and he even got that perfect shot. Now it's down to Nukes to go up against one of the FaZe Clan members who we do not know any of their names at all. It remains to be a mystery, but we will find out soon enough when the season starts. Really down to 1v1. These bodies are hitting up the ground. And 1 HP left. Nukes, jump shot, M16 to the face. And they send off FaZe Clan in the biggest clutch of them all. And in the ruins we go. It's Glue Squad taking down members of Vagabond Saudi.
Yep, 2 elimination point has been collected by Glue Squad for Team Vagabond. And now Vagabond, I think like they need to pivot their strategy now. They don't really want to facing up against Team Glue Squad for once more, because 2 versus 4 is going to be like a challenge for them. But what I really like about the previous battle between Dewa United and also Team FaZe Clan is actually like the last man standing, which is Nooks. He really got like good decision that's been made, changing up the weapon instead of reloading, because like reloading gotta take some more time. And actually like he need only 1 more bullet to took down the last players from FaZe Clan. So yeah, that's a really nice maybe a little detail that Nooks did. But for now, Glue Squad versus Team Vagabond. Team Vagabond, I believe they are breathing some fresh air now, as Team Glue Squad doesn't really hunt down them anymore. Glue rather than they are searching for the remaining players of Vagabond, they choose to continue their journey to the southern George Paul area, I believe.
Yeah, that's a perfect choice. Maybe the plan for Glue Squad all along was to move there by just taking some of the vehicles, and they just so happened to see Vagabond there. So like, oh, one of my members found an AUG. Why not just go for the kill? And yes, indeed, they managed to pick those 2 early kills for Glue Squad, which was pretty much perfect to start with. And like you said, that detail to attention coming from Nukes, even like that peak that we saw when it was such a tough fight within that one compound that they were at. He spot that one player by the corner of the wall, just like one tiny little pixel. He gets that headshot, and he created this opportunity. So that was a very big moment out there. Now, the only problem for him is that Dewa United has to play all alone with him, trying to survive another close to 30 minutes in this matchup. I don't know how he's gonna do it, but he gotta try. But
Yep.
at least Devil United looking very, very healthy in the competition.
Yeah, it's gonna be hard for Nooks himself, but we've witnessed in the past 4 games, it is actually like a lot of the last player standing is really doing a great job surviving until the end of the game itself. But looking at the current situation surrounding Nooks himself, which he is still in. The Primorsk area, I believe, and one of the teams is actually like proceeding their way into the area, which is Team the Infinity, another full squad or full players are gonna take or gonna try to take to search for Nooks is gonna be like a really hard battle to face for Nooks himself.
That's right. And overall, going back to our votes as well, I mean, D Savior hasn't really shown too much. Whereas, when we take a look at other teams like Celcom DG Alliance, like if there's a name that sounds funny, like Hasim99, like that's actually not his real IGN. His real IGN is Jimmy OP.
Yeah.
So you can just call him Jimmy for short. Anyways, like speaking of DX, I think they're up to something. I think perhaps he spots somebody out there in the field, and that somebody's DRX. Oh boy, are we getting a big fight this early against DRX? I'm not sure if it's a wise choice because D Savior probably needs a full squad to actually send right in. So perhaps just giving them some warning shots like, okay, guys, check out this hill because we might even come after you later on. Sem9 though, I think Sem9's also been not really giving us maybe the full potential just yet because we know how strong Yu High Boy is. He spent so many seasons in BTR. When he came back to Malaysia, he still showed that he's got what it takes. Meanwhile, I don't know if there's going to be any roster changes in Sem9 this season. It's looking rather interesting on what the next season is going to look like. Whereas it's only a lot of work to be done because I feel like the Malaysian region, they gotta keep up the pace with the rest of the world.
Yeah. I agreed. If we're talking about that, because like, so as you mentioned earlier, Southeast Asia is actually like one of the strong region. I'm not gonna speak it is the strongest, but one of the strong region. But what happened is in the maybe Vietnam, Thailand, Indonesia, and also Malaysia region is actually like how maybe I can say inconsistent that is happening around the regions. Maybe that is why we kind of witnessing like the ups of the maybe Thailand's region, and then the next season they are kind of flopping, and then like Vietnam as well, Indonesia as well, Malaysia as well. So yeah, that's right, a lot of ups and downs happening around the region in the Southeast Asia. And talking about Malaysia once was like a really strong contender in the Southeast Asia. So yeah, that's also what I've been waiting for, to look at the other region, at all the Southeast Asia region, to really step up their game.
Yeah, I would say so myself, but take a look at this circle. It's a 50-50 between the island and the mainland. Majority of these teams say, okay, I guess it should be the mainland, but who knows? If everybody goes on the mainland and it ends up in the island, then everybody's got to take a swim. Speaking of the Malaysians, it's going to be Adik Luke that does manage to get a shot towards Teddy Bear very quickly. Adik Luke confirms it. Back in the days, Adik Luke loves playing with snipers only because he's known as the one-shot king with those Car 98 and stuff like that, because he's kind of like the old school Luxy for the team where he's like sniper exclusive. Now that he's diversified, you can see that it make him a little bit more scary as a player, where you can even do a lot more with M4s and stuff like that. But DRX now flush out of position. D Savior kind of pushed them aside. So this is going to be interesting. D Savior is going to send more and more of these members to pressure Jaemin, where he's only got this cover of the tree.
Oh my god, we're gonna see the D derby between DRX and D Savior. Which D is the real D? Ladies and gentlemen, we're about to witness the action between D Xavier and also DRX. 4 players remaining from the Xavier. They managed to get one of the players from the RX to be their elimination point. So at the other side, Glue Squad is also like here surrounding the Xavier's area. So maybe with this kind of circle, I believe a lot of the players, a lot of the teams is still having a little bit of confusion going on around them in terms of like where to go next, because the condition is actually like very very uncertain for all of them, and Glue Squad now have to face up against Team ASI8. 1 man down. Hexas successfully revived, and just like that, Glue Squad gotta come back with 4 plays. But I spoke too soon, because at the other side, at the other angle, the Saviors managed to get one of the plays from Glue Squad.
Wow, such a good eye from Levi's as well. He heard those shots and he was just checking the heals. Immediately, he snatches that point away. Or should I say, early on, like you mentioned, that he just got revived, so his health bars was really low. He didn't even have time to pop like the first A to get back to maybe 80%. Maybe he could have survived after that, but just like that, Blue Squad loses one. Very unfortunate. And like you said, it's kind of still 50-50 between the island and mainland, which is why we see a lot of these teams. They want to play either on the shorelines or by the corner of the river. That's where, at least when it shrinks down, you can be a little bit more certain. Now, the problem does not lie within majority of squads. The problem now lies with FFG, who's still in the island, the only one to do so. Meanwhile, CDA is just chasing away the rest of Vagabonds, who was hoping to actually camp out in farm. Now they re-rotate, but this is one compound that can be swarmed if not careful enough. But the rest of the CD Alliance members are on the hill, so there's no spot for Vagabonds to actually charge in, rush the compound to take them on. So Vagabond Saudi, what do? They keep driving, but there's no point to stop. There's even BTR on the side.
Yeah, because the Tyrian here in the circle at the stage of number 3 is actually like kinda challenging for all of them, even though it is quite certain that the circle is gonna go toward like main island. But look at that water though. The quarter of this circle itself is still in the river area, and especially with the terrain, it's too open. Minimum in terms of like hiding spot, and also in terms of like compounds area. So yeah, once again, it's gonna be challenging for all of the teams. 16 teams remaining here, still intact in stage number 3, where once again BTR is going to be hunt down by Falcon DG Alliance, that has the information, has the awareness in terms of like BTR's position. And now with that information, and I believe Falcon DG Alliance will gathering the rest of the information and maybe waiting for BTR's player to show up and maybe shoot the bullet out. But gotta be careful, Falcon DG Alliance, because not only them who has the information, but also the opposing team.
That's right. Like BTR initially got knocked at first, and they take note of that spot where Adik was shooting from, which is why like they try to trade back to say, hey, don't mess with us right now, because we got other teams closer to us. So great coverage from BTR. Like that at least puts them into a decent spot to still hold over the corner of the court, while DRX, they were put in such a comfortable spot because of the presence of DX. Now, yeah, I like that you mentioned it's the D Derby. The D Derby right now put to a stop for a moment, but we might actually see more as the Saber get their hands a little bit busy, spots one vehicle cutting by, but Lambo, he's just going to quickly reposition, while the rest of MME, they are finally arriving to the mainland, but they now have to face off against the rest of Sem9, who has taken one member down.
Oh, right. Yeah, 3 players from Sem9 is gonna looking forward. Team MIUMIU, who has rushing in towards the defensive area for Team Sem9. And boy, oh boy, Team MIUMIU, just like that, got eliminated. I really like what the awareness that Team Sam9 got. They really ready to facing up against Team MIUMIU.
Yeah, that was the perfect trap, and honestly, there's really no place that MIUMIU could have actually drive to that's actually safe. You go further up the blue, you turn right in, there's the Saber, there's ASI8, so take your options, right? It's just too tough because they just ran out of luck. They tried to get that island. Maybe swimming across the river would have been a better bet, but it's gonna take forever for you to swim over. You might even get caught swimming over. So they didn't want to take that risk. So it's understandable that they just have to bow out in that manner. But Vagabonds, we saw them being stuck in between. And there's just not going to be any chance that Alter Ego lets him off scot-free. So that's going to be one free pointer for AE. And Alpha finds one from up above. Falcons have just arrived, but quickly gets shot. But Nurzet, he's still going to be healthy. The rest of Falcons, they're pretty spread out. They know that they can't really stop at the side of Nurzet to give him more of the help, but they will stop nearby though. So perhaps they still want to commit to a fight, hoping that eventually when Alter Ego needs to move deeper in the zone, they get zoned out.
Yeah. And with the information and also the knowledge that Falcon has in terms of like the position of the players from Alter Ego, now they are commencing another battle. One man down, Alpha got knocked down by TOP or Top and got eliminated by Nurzet. And what a nice vision actually like the Team Falcon has. But Alter Ego Ares, not only they have to facing off against Team Falcon, but BTR as well has the information, has the knowledge about Alter Ego Ares' position. And now they have to split the focus between Team Falcon and also Team BTR. But actually, because of the position of Team BTR is far deeper in the zone itself and find a quite comfortable place to stay, it is actually like the chance for Team BTR to really annoy players from Team Alter Ego is quite low. Actually, what they really need to focus on is actually Team Falcon. But now at the other side of the circle, the Xavier coming towards the defensive area from Team Ozja TH down to one players only. 1 versus 4 situation here between Team OSJ OJTH, I mean. Oh my god, I got confused with the names. Versus Team D Xavier. But now the fact that Team D Xavier down to 2 players because this is the chaotic situation. This is the awkward position. They are too open in the field at the edge of the circle, so they need to rethink about the strategy.
Yeah, and it's understandable why that the Saber, they crash behind this hill because right out here you can see how open it is for those who from the shore to also spot out. So it's rather dangerous. They try to wrap around behind. They did manage to spot the final member of Austria Esports. So we still have Red Bull from Thailand who still survives. And take a look, the predictions are right for a lot of all the teams that decided to play on that south side. Infinity has the only big compound. BTR hugging by the corner the port compound to be the second one, but that's not exactly the safest. Austria Esports gets eliminated. D-Saber wraps around 7 big points for them. And I think that there's just going to be a lot of commotion. Take a look. The drive right in. I see. Moving very closely to Glue Squad. Glue Squad has not responded just yet. He's taking over that small shack. But that nade is flying right in. Nade T! Oh, boy. He just charges right through. And that is just going to be Kasim from CD Alliance. While Falcons try to hold it all the way down. This is just chaotic.
Oh my god, and I think this is a kind of a dead end for Icy because initial thoughts is like Icy is going to be opening the way in to the deeper area of the circles. And then after he secured like the safe place to touchdown, he gonna call for the other players from Team Falcons. But the fact that Team Falcon still need to face up against Team Alter Ego Ares, who's still chucked on the outer skirt area of the circle itself. Look at that shot coming from Badru, moving towards or giving towards Team Falcon. And now, just like that, I believe Top is actually managed to touch down in the shack area where Icy was.
Yeah, very, very, very cool move, honestly, because he
Ooh.
got there without even getting harmed. But I say that the play zone's going to devour that one member Nerzet, but that will be claimed by BTR, as I do believe. A much better game for BTR, though. A massive improvement. They've got themselves 6 elimination points so far in this matchup. Falcons, they, like you said, they are kind of stuck because there's also 7 elements who are right across this side. But it seems like they don't really have the perfect angle. I think Top has spotted him out. Shamir, he needs to somehow react to this, or else he's the one who gets picked off.
And it's gonna be a big battle between Alter Ego Ares and also BTR because once again they are still at the edge of the circle. They need to move into the deeper area of the circle, so they really need to sweep the edge of the circles where Top and ICS is actually have a chance to steal some elimination points towards BTR or Alter Ego that now has been cooking up some grenade, hoping to get some opening knockdown. So maybe if they got one player knocked by Alter Ego, that is the moment where Alter Ego is going to be rushing into the defensive area that BTR has. But I also like how BTR is kind of doing the split now. 1-2-1 player has been invested in each position to really holding on to their position and also to zoning out players from Alter Ego. But they gotta move now. They gotta battle up now because the zone shifting away from their position.
Oh, wow. I just realized Nukes is still alive. Like you said, the Lone Ranger has actually got a very firm chance to move into the top 4 so long as nobody spots him out. That nade finally drops in towards the side of BTR. And like you said, Falcons might actually see this as an opportunity to third party as well. Nate's now connecting onto Patikawa while the full set is coming through. Alter Ego Ares tries to take their risk to actually find all these targets, while Falcons also trying to do something up above, but over back, BTR trying to respond, but Octa is way too strong for them to handle.
Oh my god, 2 players remaining for Alter Ego Ares, and they are gonna hunt down the last player remaining from BTR. And just like that, all of the strategy that has been taught by the players from Alter Ego has been done beautifully. They really wait for like one knockdown coming towards Team BTR, and then they are rushing into the defensive area, and that was a perfect execution. But for now, the next challenge for Alter Ego Ares is actually like 2 players from Team Falcon has been cooking up some grenade here. Top, but it is too late for him to toss a grenade. I see falling off the hill, and also now he's been left stranded alone and have to face the 3 players from Alter Ego, which is actually kind of hard task to do because not only Alter Ego who has the information about the position, but also one of the players from Team 7th Element, which is Shamir.
Yeah, such a tactical battle where it was a 3-way warfare. Shamir came in to be the 4th party, and now the Infinity have arrived in the middle of nowhere. Desperate attempt to actually get into the zone, while DRX, they were untouched, unchallenged throughout the whole course of the action, where they moved all the way towards the corner of the shore, and now get that solid spot, has a little bit of terrain cover, has a couple of grenades to also toss towards the side of Sem9. Sem9, so far, only left with Kenny's. This is the only form of protection he has. The moment this circle shrinks, he's not going to have any form of cover at all. So it is going to be a very risky move coming from the Malaysian side. Whereas DRX, they can buy their time. They can wait for something to happen. But Alter Ego, they're also drawing things to a close. Infinity now goes on dominating with 5 points.
Meanwhile, there is Nooks, as you guys can see. Still remain in the game, survive till the top 6 at least. And if he can manage to wait for another big fight commencing in the between like the teams uphill, like the RX, Alter Ego, maybe like Last Man Standing from Infinity, or maybe like Seven Element, he can manage to get a better placement points actually. But not only Nooks is the last man remaining from the team. Kenny is as well the last man remaining from Sam 9, as well as Tony K from the Infinity. So we're gonna have to see which the last man remaining is gonna survive till the end of the game. And I like the movement that's been made by players from Team DRX. They really need to higher up their awareness, because there's still possibility that somebody is still in the water area, and that is good to see the awareness coming from DRX.
Yeah, they were trying to check, and I was worried for Nukes for one split second because I
Yep.
thought he would be spotted out, you know. But he was wise enough. He knows that the footsteps are coming close. Perhaps he can hear it. Then he tried to move deeper because the zone has also shrank towards the right side. Now it is going to be problematic still for Nukes to try to move towards the far south, which means he needs to take maybe a little bit of swim. 7-9, he was stuck in that deep position. I think that DRX is still watching over him, which is why he's not going to be able to last all too long. So QXZ, he's done a perfect job holding him down. And now the Infinity is also taking down Alter Ego Ares. They're spot on, dead set, and perhaps this might be a good chance for them to also eventually look for DRX. DRX is the biggest fish on the block to fry, but I'm not sure. We've seen 7E pretty much playing very passively. Maybe it's time that they get active, try to put a little bit of pressure. If they've got any nades at all, it's time to toss it towards that direction.
Yeah, right. Because what they've been doing is like actually waiting for something to happen first, and then maybe they still some elimination out of the situation. But for now, because they are still at the Shamir is actually like still at the back of Leon, at the edge of the circle. He gotta move, and I also really like what Shamir doing now, because he kind of checking onto the down area to check on is there somebody there. So yeah, the possibility for sneaky assassin is gonna be minimized by him. But now Nooks is actually, I noticed some of the movement, some of initiation that he will make, because he's been cooking a grenade. I don't know, is it gonna be tossed towards DRX or 7 Element, but DRX it is. And yeah, it is quite minimalist in terms of like the resource and the grenade that Nooks has for now. Only 2 grenades remaining that he can use for now.
Yeah, I think like maybe the reason why he started to show himself from down below is because he realized maybe moving into the next zone is going to be very impossible for him to climb up or even to stay on the bottom ground. So he has to do something about it. But now that distracts DRX. Now, Nooks actually hits it. Hyun been knocked down. It might actually provide Nooks with a little bit more room. Now he does make that run for it. Perfect timing window, and Alian drops another big bomb, and they definitely have to thank Nooks for it, because this is going to be a chance, an opportunity, but he tries to climb up. Shaman spots him out.
Oh my god, and Nooks have to get back down there and really securing his position. But now Alter Ego is also proceeding into the war zone, but so easy, gonna left behind, gonna get eliminated by Patikawa from Alter Ego Ares, and this is the chance for Nooks climbing up the hill, and Shamir is gonna hold the vision and gonna hold the angle towards Nooks. But now Patikawa is down. Badru is actually doing the retake and also the changing between them, and also DRX, and just like that, DRX get out of the game, and now the business is between Badru and also Shahmir out there. 1 versus 1 situation between Badru and also Shahmir. Low HP from Shahmir, and Badru with the shotgun. Can he close the game? But oh boy, what a nice is finishing coming from 7th Element, and Shamir managed to get the winner chicken dinner in a style.
Give him all the style points right here. Patience have paid off for 7th Element, where they were hugging by the corner shore, and they finally get their opportunity. They have to thank Nukes because he dropped the biggest bomb on DRX, the healthiest team alive. And then suddenly you saw that big fight happen between Alter Ego, DRX, and 7th Element. They got such a wide angle coverage where they could just slowly slap them down. And you saw in that 1v1v1 fight, Shamir, he just went right through. He didn't forget about Nukes right down below. He checked the bottom, clears him out, and then take on the final member of Alter Ego to take this massive win. This is a much needed one for the Pakistanis, as they will finally get their hands on the chicken.
Congratulations for 7th Element, and congratulations for all of the fans who've been waiting for the win that 7th Element got to get. But maybe one of the things that you mentioned about like Shahmir really checking on and really holding on the vision or angle towards Nooks is actually he's applying the sunk cost fallacy, where he's been
which comes to there.
Yeah, right. He's been invested so much in the angle already, waiting for Nooks to come, and also once Alter Ego commencing the battle between them and also DRX, he's still waiting, and then that's what he got. That's what he needs to do, eliminating Nooks as the last man standing, who happened to stay on the top 3.
Yeah, it's like best case scenario, you get that. The worst case scenario here is like second spot, where you get backstabbed by Nukes, or you take out Nukes and you have a chance of winning. And he actually did all the right calls possible. Though it has been maybe a slow game for 7th Element, where maybe there were instances where they could choose, hey, we can kind of fight Team Falcons, or per se, or we can kind of fight the Infinity. They choose not to do it because they know they have a very, very strong position to play, and they decided to wait it out until the timing is right. And it definitely went all the way throughout that course of the action. But when it comes down to the most elimination, I think on that port on the south side of the waters is where we see a lot of fights happen. BTR, Alter Ego, and Falcons. And then it was really down to some of the members of Alter Ego versus Falcons. That's why we see big numbers coming from both sides of Octa and Pop.
Yep. It's good to see like Falcon get back to the battlefield really strong with, once again, 5 elimination point coming from top, and also 6 elimination point coming from Octa. But at the end of the day, the overall MVP of the match is actually not coming from DRX, not coming from 7th Element, Alter Ego, but coming from Sam9, as Kenny is actually like the last man standing, also coming from Team Sam9, which get 4 elimination point and almost 1k damage output.
Yeah, this is actually pretty massive. Like, it's all started from taking down all MIUMIU Esports members, and then they sweep by the edges, found a lot more action. And Kenny's was the main one to be able to at least bring down majority of all the other players, and he created that space. Eventually, he was one of the last few surviving members to play out the end game. It's just unfortunate. He was spotted out by DRX for quite some time, so he did what he can. But overall, very, very great matchup that we saw. It went down to almost anyone to be able to secure that final chicken dinner. 1v1v1 is always going to be really scary, and I'm glad that it's 7th Element.
Yeah. And the top performers, of course, coming from Team Alter Ego, Octa. Top Falcons, Badru from Alter Ego, as well as Kenny from Sam9. And talking about Badru, maybe like I want to mention a little bit. Maybe I mentioned it already yesterday, because Badru is actually like one of the veteran player coming from Alter Ego as well in Indonesia. He's been playing in the first seasons of the MPL, and he's been off out of the competitive scene for quite some times, actually. He's been like taking the role in the coaching management, I think, whatsoever. The fact that he come back playing in this tournament and been delivering some of the crazy shots and also like the crazy battles is actually kind of impressive for me, because like for the player who hasn't been able to playing competitively, I have a little bit of doubt for them, but Badru is actually doing pretty good in this tournament.
And I guess, ladies and gentlemen, if you guys are players and you have a coach, you should always listen to your coach or even analyst, because sometimes they can actually play better than you. That is actually facts, right? So now that all was said and done, and by the conclusion of that round, DRX finally has overtaken ASI8, but that is only by 1 point. ASI8, I believe they were not getting any points out of this matchup, which kind of hurt them for a little bit. But 7 Element, 1 Chicken Dinner, 15 points. They're now top 3.
Yeah, it is so usual, right, to see like one team getting the Chicken Dinner with a lot of elimination points, and they need they managed to get on top of the overall ranking. So I think there's still a lot to see, and there's still a lot to witness in the next stages of the survival stage, because there's still a chance for teams like Flash, Sam90, Xavier down there up until down until like maybe 40. They still got some chance to securing a lot of total points and then really get up high in the overall rankings.
Yeah, it's an important round for D-Saber as well. Last we checked, they were near the bottom page, and now with 2 good rounds, they find themselves somewhat safe for now. Can't really say too much about BTR just yet, but this is at least the start of them bouncing back with that 9 points that they gained overall. So they still have 1 more round to play out, so perhaps they could also have the same fate where they could pull out of this final page, because I'm sure BTR don't feel so comfortable.
Yeah, and now we're gonna have to take a little moment to break, ladies and gentlemen, before we jump into the last game of the day. So don't go anywhere, and we'll see you guys again after the break. Bye. It is getting more and more intense as the tournament progressed, and we are down to the last game of the first day of the survival stage in this Clash of Giants season 6. And we're about to watch the last game, which is gonna be held in Miramar with me still, Donaviska, and also Contra, which actually what I can say about the last previous game is it is so entertaining to watch.
It definitely is. I'm loving every second of it. We got that nuke special right down below. I was asking, oh, this guy, he's the last guy remaining. Can he actually play till the end game? And he just answered all of our doubts. So it just goes to show how well they've prepared themselves for tournaments, like in situations where you need to squeeze maybe 3 points for the championship. He can squeeze whatever points you want if he can just continuously put all these crazy runs. So one final map, Donna. You know, today has been such a blast. We finally get to cast together. You know, we've been friends for a couple of years already. And this is the first time working together. We should do this a whole lot more, you know?
Yeah, I think so too. I hope we can do like this thing a lot more in the next future. But yeah, that being said, I'm quite sad to see our last map of the day is gonna be played by the teams from Group B and also C. Look at that roster. Look at that names like Team Flash, who has been doing really great also, as well as Team ASL, who got one winner chicken dinner today. 40 has been doing really great ever since the group stage, and also some of the names on my top of mind in terms of if we talk about Miramar, like I mentioned earlier, like RRQ and actually like Dewa United, or maybe one more Indonesian team like BTR. But yeah, we've actually like seeing all of the surprise in the past 5 games. So yeah, I'm ready to see and to watch one more surprise in terms of like who gonna get the winner chicken dinner. Do you have someone in mind?
I'm thinking. I think you should take this one first, because like I'm going through the list. Who really needs this chicken dinner right now?
It's hard.
It is.
It's hard.
You know, like maybe production should go first. Come on.
Okay, let's go. As usual.
Come on, Prawn. What do you want?
Production will go first. Maybe they are ready to take like the 4th point.
Ooh, ASL. I like to. I definitely want to see if they get back one more chicken dinner for today. So, anything on your mind, Donna?
Oh my god, the pressure is really on my shoulder right now, because this is my last shot. If I end the cast with 0 point, oh my god, it is gonna be like a shameful situation here.
It's okay. I've taken zeros before. It's nothing new to me.
We're gonna used to it, right? Okay, I'm gonna go for Team Flash then.
Oh no! I wanted to pick Team Flash. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead. You take it. You take it. Okay, if you're gonna take Team Flash, okay, I'm gonna go for Team Secret this time. Okay, a different Vietnamese team, but I think that it's about time that they really show us that they can actually go for that full run. We've seen good fights from Team Secret, but we've not seen them actually get out of fights healthy. I want them to play a little bit cleaner. I think Miramar sometimes give you enough space where it's usually a 4 versus 4, or maybe 7 with 2 teams, right? So maybe this could be a chance for Team Secret. I hope it could be a different result for them.
Yeah, playing in Los Leones and also like getting some more advantage in the earlier game is actually really good for Team Secret actually. Or maybe Contra, the fact that the previous predictions you've done is Team Secret gonna take the 2nd spot for now.
Hey, that's a good news for them. I think like they still managed to get a lot of points. Like for the track record of majority of these rounds, at least 15 points, 14 points for 2nd place. I think teams will be happy enough if they don't get the chicken dinner, but walk away with it that much. So hopefully, you know, whether blessing or curse, unless like it's a 4 versus 1 and you still lose,
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what to say. Maybe the curse is not on me, if that's gonna be the case. So
Oh my god.
yeah, I'm sure they're gonna have a good time. Maybe
Mm-hmm.
certain teams they are not feeling it today, but tomorrow could be a better day. Maybe they can't get. Maybe they just feel like, hey, we got nothing to lose. Let's just go hit anybody we see in the map. I think like that's gonna be the mentality of majority of the squads that are moving into this very final run, so that either they want to call it a night early, or hey,
Mm-hmm.
by doing so, oh, we got a full team, let's do it again and again until they maybe get 10 elimination points or so. Like that's kind of how certain teams farm their kills.
Yeah, for sure. But what I think is actually they need to really going all in this
Mhm.
last game, right? Because
Yeah.
the survival stage is actually only gonna be held in 3 days. It's actually like a very narrow window for them, especially
Mhm.
in the round robin format where in a day they only like played 4 times, right?
Mhm.
And that's 4 chances a day, and also at the second day that means like in total they only got 12 chances to play. So yeah,
Yeah.
they really need to go all in, all out in each match that they gonna play, especially today, because they're gonna be closing in the day with all of the information and all of the strategy that they've been cooking for some quiet time. So yeah, once again, they really need to go all in the last game of today to prepare some more maybe better result and also maybe better strategy for tomorrow.
Yeah, I absolutely do agree with you. Now
Mm,
that you
mm,
counted out, they only played
mhm.
4 matches a day. Now the reality sinks in, like if they flop another 1, 2 rounds either
Mm.
today, tomorrow, it's gonna hurt them by so much that they might not even get through to the finals through this circuit. Then you have
Yes.
to play so many more games in
Mm-hmm.
the last chance qualifiers, which it's a very painful experience. Like it hurts your ego as a team, but hey, the show goes on. Final map of the night in Clash of Giants.
We finna do running game, second plays. You know how we like to move.
Alrighty, welcome to the very last game of the first day of the survival stage in Clash of Giants Season 6. And now we're down to Miramar, which is gonna be played by teams from Group B and also Group C. In the last Miramar is actually we actually like kinda watch a much slower tempo and rhythm compared to the last previous games, or like the early, or I mean like the first half of the day. So maybe we kind of, or I kind of expecting some slower tempo as well in the last Miramar, or maybe I'm gonna be wrong, and I'm glad to be proven wrong by these teams.
Yeah, me too. I mean, I've been proven wrong with my predictions many a times as well. So, that being said, now we see maybe a little bit more flock of crowd to play from the south side. Perhaps a lot more action is going to happen. Now, take a close look over the center. Do we get more hot drops into Picado? Because inside of the group stage, there's so many hot drops into Picado that I almost feel like every single game I want to see that happen again and again. But it's very unlikely because a couple of teams have already been taken out from this equation. But we are at least getting some action. AST starts off strong, and they are taking down one member of Abrupt Slayers. So it's a warfare between the Nepali squads. And oh, what? Bows with a pistol? Oh,
Oh,
everyone's getting a lot of action all over map.
oh my God! Once again, early engagement. Team Tribe Romacy has been collecting double elimination now without the need to lose any members from them. So yeah, it's been good for team from them. But for now, at the other side of the map, I believe this is Dewa United versus Team 40. 40 is actually seems kind of ready to take some of the players from Dewa United. Ramones here is actually kind of nearby the two of the players from Four Thrives Esports, and we are gonna wait. What are the strategies here? What are the things that is gonna be doing by team of 40, because they are step by step approaching to the area, to the defensive area that Dewa United has. But at the other side of the map as well, we're witnessing some of the battle, but we are still focusing between Team 40 and also Dewa United. One man down from Dewa United and 40. Look at that movement. They want to hunt down Ramones.
Yeah, they're looking very convincing in terms of how they flush things out. Ramones quickly gets sent down to his knees. Now it's down to one member across the corner. I'm not too sure if Arkrel can actually offer too much. 4 members, a little too much to take on, but some of the members have lowered down health bars. So maybe that could be a chance, an opportunity. But as it stands, Devil United absolutely being outnumbered, and whatever he could basically pull off, maybe 1 point or so, and call it a night.
Oh.
That's acceptable, but you kind of want a lot more. So Vel on the other side of the map finds Shopper from Austria, Thailand.
Talking about Kral, which is the last man remaining from Dewa United, I believe like the resources, like the utility that he has is very minimum for now. So I think he gotta stay strong and gotta looking for some once again opportunity to take maybe one player from a 4 Thrive Esport who has been pursuing their way into and searching for where is Arkral, who has been hiding. He is very, very quiet up there. Don't really want to give the information to Votra. And he managed to get 2 men down, knocked down, and one of them, or 2 of them, getting eliminated. That was a really, really big damage giving towards Team 40. They have to lose 2 players by Arca.
That's insane. Now, over onto this situation, unfortunate for Secret. I mean, there's only so little room left in this tiny little spot. So he's going to be flushed out. But Akral, that was pretty nuts. I mean, usually what do you do when you're 1 versus 4 is that either you run all the way across the field, try to be safe, get a vehicle, and just dash off, right? But he has his plans. It's like, you know what? It's do or die. It's a final game anyways. If I were to play in Miramar from minute 1 being alone, I think I don't stand a chance. So he took 2 points at least. Maybe that he can do 2 points. Maybe it takes 20 over minutes. So I think that was the best case scenario. As for 40, maybe a little bit too confident where they sent the full SWAT team. They expected to get something in return.
Yeah.
They didn't expect him to be so sharp to be able to take 2 down.
But what I saw is actually, maybe correct me if I'm wrong, if you guys like saw any other thing coming from 2 of the players from 40, they wasn't looking really prepared because because they've been searching for Arkral's position for some quiet time, right? And then they didn't really expect Arkral to be there, and also Arkral with the, I believe, UMP. He got knocked down 2 of the players, and then the cover wasn't there yet for the for Team 40. So therefore, Arkral managed to get 2 elimination quickly before the rest of the players from 40 is coming towards him. But for now, we're gonna move on to the other battle. RRQ managed to get the elimination this time for Team OJ.
Yeah, a very swift one as well. I think like we were so focused on the things that happened inside Montenegro as well as elsewhere that we didn't really get the full glimpse of how Austria kind of lost this position. But Team Flash, they were here to strike them down. Sovel caught out of position. They thought that the whole sector was clear, but RRQ did not know that Team Flash was waiting on the outskirts. We saw from the top end of the kill that they have been keeping watch of this fight. Now, Tops also get to join into the party. Snape, I think that because of the zone as well, they have to bleed out in terms of resources,
Yep.
even if they do survive. So it's either going to be a full swing coming in from Team Flash, and even if they leave this area, it's very hard for RQ to survive.
Yeah, actually, they need to move like smartly for the next minutes of the game. But for now, Tribe gotta hunt down the players from Team VOIN, Donkey, I believe, down there, and they've been searching up for the names. And now, one of the players, one of the members of Tribe Aromacy is actually come back to the battlefield to really defend the team. But boy, oh boy, the grenade from Zeta once again. They got the elimination out of that.
Perfect drop right there, and right now he is pretty much singled out. Venom has to make something desperate happen. He does have that shotgun. Zayo over on the lower end of the floor being held down by these members, and he does find the drop. He needs to heal up though. There's not much time left, and the rest of AST, they're swinging right through, giving him a little bit more of a cover fire, and if he drops, he can still going for the revive. But this fight is taking a while longer to wrap. The rest of VOIN Donkey are also storming right in, but VOIN Donkey also needs to heal up. This is going to be a very close scenario. Somebody's got to make those moves, and the person is Taman. He gets the drop. He goes in to shut them all down. AST wins the fight, and it's an early night for VOIN Donkey.
Oh my god, what a nice position actually that Tamang has circling around the building, and players from VOIN Donkey wasn't really expecting for him to come from that side that wasn't really ready to take the battle. But for now, at the center of the circle is actually BTR, who's been looking who's been eyeing for Team 7 Element, who has been touching down in the compound area safely, actually dodging out of the bullet from Team BTR. Arc has been eyeing for Team 7th Element, and with the information, with the knowledge, I think Bigatron Knights is actually can cook some strategy, because this is still at the stage number 2. A lot of things still happening around them, and maybe another team is going to be approaching to their area, so they really need to keep up the awareness.
Yeah, they're in the comfortable spot, but later on, like you said, a lot of teams will be moving towards the direction because the circle is actually around Power Grid, which is why BTR, they don't want to fully commit. And now with 7th Element pretty much stuck within that shack, they can't really leave because BTR had the angles to blow up their vehicles or anything that they need. So it forces 7th Element to just camp out for the moment. They're happy to do so because it's still within the circle, but maybe for much longer, it will become a long-term problem for 7th Element. But for now, they don't have to worry. Team Pandem, Abrupt Slayers are also in the zone. So some of all these guys, they're just waiting for teams to start rotating, start to actually get maybe a little bit more information before they can actually do much more. Abrupt Slayers, though, honestly, I've been very, very impressed, when it comes down to how they've been playing throughout the course of the day. They got the first chicken dinner, but they also do maintain certain amount of points, although it has been less explosive.
Yep.
And they lost 2 members this round. I think it's still rather playable, especially now you look at how fast this Miramar went. 4 teams are already out, Donna.
Yeah, early on in the only stage number 2. But for now, I've been looking for some of the teams that is still at the blue zone area. One of them is Flash, who's been pushing into the circle, but the battle has been happening between FaZe Clan and also Team Secret at the edge of the circle. They need to do the battle for now, because look at the circle. Pecado is not really ideal anymore, I think, to hold on to long for now for Team Secret. But FaZe Clan managed to get out of the battle, and they continue, or what I can say is 2 of the players can continue their journey, but for now they meet another opponent, which is Team Alliance. And now K-Look with 3 grenades remaining, he can cook up some grenades and then maybe looking up some opening frag and opening knockdown for that guy 4. Oh my god, that was the nasty grenade coming from that team Alliance, and this is the time I think for them to swarming into the position, but they don't need to touch. They don't need to shot a bullet out. The only thing that they need is actually a grenade.
Yeah, that was so clean. Like I thought that Adik Luke would just burn out one full clip of his bullet to try to find those kills or something like that. And when they start marching in, I was starting to get worried. Like, okay, maybe they might get 1v2'd, but those nades coming from Leon, Adik Luke was just perfection. So that being said, I think they've heard some of the noise. That when I say that means BTR. They will be keeping watch as they got that whole center of the area, and I guess like BTR just feels so comfortable playing this end game because this is usually their starting ground around that power grid region. They always play on top of these hills. They always are proactive, looking for people to pick off from long distance. So it is something that they will continuously do throughout the game. Team Flash, though, this is also another team that has played really smart throughout the course of today. Like, you put your vote onto them, and they are definitely showing up in such a way that they take out RRQ on the edge. They also had a long journey through, but they made it very safely. So this is a good run for Flash.
Yep. For now, but we're gonna see where the zone is gonna be shifted away because in the next seconds the blue zone is gonna be closing up perfectly and revealing the next safe zone to be played by the players. But for now, BTR, of course, because they are still in the circle, they are controlling a way much area towards 7th element, towards 4T, and also Chill Guy is controlling like a single angle towards the eastern area. What a really nice control area here that BTR has. And now they are still in the center of the circle because the shift is going towards the western.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a tough one for those who are over on the east side. And to journey to the middle is already so difficult because of this high mountain hillside, which is very hard to pass with the presence of Team Secret and also BTR and a few other names. Oh, Trap Everyone, see, do they know? I don't think they know, but now they do. Venom knows that there's going to be one member over the corner, whereas they will have to try to find a way to flush them out. Big nades actually being dropped right in. He managed to actually drop or move aside from that blast. It's going to be 2 versus 4 eventually, or 2 versus 3, I should say. And it is a tough fight. Abrupt Slayers is not going to make it easy. Venom goes down.
Oh my god. AS Derby for now. ASL versus AST. One place remaining from ASL, but he managed to get one knockdown towards Taman. What a really nice clean shot he got, and now the situation between him and also Joe is actually 1 versus 1 situation. And I believe this is gonna be the battle between shotguns that 2 players got. Oh my god, what a nice shot coming from Gangsta. 1 player single-handedly finishes AST.
All 3 members down, all with the shotgun, and you saw it was smart enough. Like, AST tried to deny that point, and there was that small window that they could actually catch Gangsta when he was hopping towards the outskirts, but he couldn't catch him. He was too fast, too furious. Now we go towards Team Secret. Oh wow, big fights everywhere, and Team Secret 2 members being shredded down. Oh boy, this is not going to look all too good, but he's trying to fight back against the rest of MIUMIU Esports, I do believe. Not going to be easy to bypass. They were the ones defending this area, actually, that is new era that they're going up against. So Tramp being eliminated. The Malaysian side holding strong. Break still alive over on the top. Spots out 2 members. Team Secret also getting tagged by some of the members from 4CG.
Yep. And now they're down with 1 player. Break. The last man standing remaining from Team Secret. But moving on to the POV from Hehe, 4C Esports is actually facing a little bit of struggle here because low HP. Hehe needs to back up a little bit and also heal himself up. And also, on top of that, Break is still have an angle towards two of the players from 4C, but they are proceeding their way into the area where Pandum is there because right now 3 players remaining for 4C, and actually the possibility is there for them to retake the compound area that Pandum has.
True enough. Meanwhile, look at that control that BTR has. 2-2 split in the most interesting positions possible.
Oh.
2 marking over north, 2 marking over south. And would you say this is going to be a greedy move that can be costly for BTR, or do you think this is going to be rewarding because they now get all the full intel of what goes on in the map?
What I think is actually this kind of split and also this kind of position is actually really loved by a lot of Bigotroopers. You know, because like this is the classic Bigatron Rat Alliance kind of split, and this is actually like the winning condition if we're talking about years ago.
That's good. Yeah.
Years ago within the Bigatron Rat Alliance. So maybe this is what Bigotroopers loves to see because it is such a a really nice looking back at time in terms of like the strategy that Bigatron is gonna be doing or implementing. But for now is what I really think is how they can or have to manage the resource management actually, because like they haven't been around for quite some times, right? They haven't been able to like refresh their resources in terms of the ammo and also maybe all of the other utilities like nades and also smoke. So it is gonna be a big task for BTR if they have to face more teams or like so many teams in the same time.
I agree. And maybe by then they can also choose to regroup to call in the other 2 members from the other side of the flank, provided if they have that open space to actually join into a certain fight or so. Meanwhile, Boom Esports kept themselves a little bit more busy by facing off against Vagabond Saudi. Nom Nom's kind of stuck right now as compared to the rest of the members. I think like he could still maybe climb towards the back, and depending on whether he wants to keep his vehicle or not, then if he ditches it, he could just walk and rejoin the rest of the team. Meanwhile, Kasim, Jimmy OP is already down. Well, this is a 3-way battle. CV Alliance, New Era, and also 4C in the middle of it all. Perfect split going on, but it actually seems like the mates connect, and it's New Era's Wigs that's charging upon them. The Malaysian warfare is currently happening, but from the back, where is it coming from? It's Gangsta. He wants more.
Oh my god, a lot of elimination still going on around for now. New Era Snipe trying to snipe out one of the players from Pandum. But Pandum still stands strong with 4 players remaining. Full squad, full power, and 4C Hehe, another knockdown that he have to face now. And I think the position is kind of awkward for the rest of the teams to really revive towards himself. But Quarantine managed to get one player knocked down, which is Joe Branky. But Pandum, I believe, still got space and time to really revive and also come back to the battleground with a full stack of players.
Oh, yeah. And I guess like the Bigotroopers are smiling right now.
Oh my god, yes.
They have Arc Chill Guy on the highest point of the map, and then you have the other 2 split going on. I don't think they have to even rejoin because they take control of like at least a good 50% of the map already.
Yep.
But it really goes down to how they manage the teams that are coming in within less than a minute because the zone is already closing in. Boom Esports, Vagabond Saudi, they have not settled score. They will move towards the direction of BTR over in the north.
Talking about BTR, the information that they got here is very, very valuable. So yeah, they gotta do what they gotta do for the next minutes of the game. But for now, the battle commencing between Boom Esports and also Vagabond. Boom Esports down 1 player. Vagabond is actually like have a a really high chance for them to really securing the elimination points towards the players from Boom Esports. And one grenade is gonna be cooked by Tuan from Vagabond Saudi. Is it gonna be connected? But not yet. Jackie, meanwhile, he is successfully revived and back on track, back to the game. But Bigoter Knights, they are gathering once again to maybe gonna take a team 40.
Yeah, 40, they have no other choice but to actually camp right down about Naki. He finds those members of Bigatron. But meanwhile, that's happening. It's going to be Car 24 that's going to be putting them funneled down into that hole where they can't really run from. But speaking of running from, Naki is still trying to pull off something right here. He's going to be the only one remaining, I do believe. Shahir now spots out the final member of Abrupt Slayers. Has been respectable what Gangsters pulled off. He took off the entire squad of AST, and after that, back another 3 points. So it was a very massive attempt. But here comes Boom Esports. They still fully commit. I think they're burning every resources just trying to get this battle done. But the rest of Vagabond Saudi, they're holding strong. 4 members versus 2. I think that the rest of Vagabond, they really want to just wrap this one up.
Oh my god, and moving on to another battle between Chill Guy and also the last man standing from 40. He managed to get that man down, and 4th elimination point has been collected by Team Bigatron Knights, and they are gonna go back in the initial position, which is split position, and gonna be gathering around some more information. But now we're gonna go moving on to the last man standing from Boom Esports, gonna try to take down one boy T from Vagabond, but 2 players still remaining from Vagabond. But I thought Vagabond is the one who take the man down, but the fact that Bigoter Knights have the vision, they got the 5th elimination point from Boom Esports player.
Yeah, that was a perfect angle for them to actually pummel down bullets from up above. And, you know, for a moment I thought, hey, they're just helping an Indonesian brother in the form of Boom Esports to finish the fight, but say, no, get out of the way. I want to take you. I want to take everyone in this map. Yeah. This is the biggest round for BTR to actually win it all. That is if Saudi, I mean, the side of Vagabond Saudi could not really bounce back from that form or not. There's still Team Pandem up north, I do believe. Or, yeah, it is Team Pandem. And for E, they've been quiet over on the south side. So maybe they can chime in later on.
Yep, right. But looking at the resources that BTR has is actually kind of promising now, because they managed to get 40 and then refresh their resources. But we gotta focus on the Team Pandem, which still intact with full squad, full roster. But Maxius, oh boy, giving quite some damage to Boy T, but actually cannot really knock the man down. But now Vagabond Saudi, it's still 3 players remaining. Tracking down the players from Pandem that is getting away from the battle area.
Yeah, such a tough fight. You see how close they are, and they quickly reposition as well. They do respect the amount of aerial coverage of BTR's flank angles are. Now they're wrapping around the edges, trying to sweep right through. I think BTR might have actually passed a few members of 7E. And speaking of which, is Team Pandem that does get that catch. He finds Teddy Bear sitting inside the shack and quickly just takes him down. So only 2 more members left for the side of 7E, while shots are also being fired towards his end. BTR waiting for the right moment. They still respect the fact that Vagabonds are holding a strong compound, the only compound remaining. But keep in mind, once that zone shrinks, I don't think there's much room for Vagabonds to actually play this one out.
Yes, because the compound is actually like at the very edge of the circle, and now the blue zone is actually approaching them as well, and they gotta move now. But the thing that BTR is actually like holding on their position, really guarding up the compound area now. Vagabond know in terms of like BTR's position, and vice versa, BTR as well. They because of the information that they had, throughout all of the minutes that they spend inside of the circle. It is very valuable for them actually. And now Team Pandem, who has been repositioning themselves, is actually having a really good spot in the circle now.
Yeah, I believe that Team Pandem has been playing this in a very smart tactical manner. It's also interesting to the fact that Vagabond now, they can't really leave properly. All the BTR members have their eyes on them, and if they turn left, the rest of Pandem, they're just sitting, waiting, and pretty much they just got to choose which fight do they really want to take, which one do they really feel confident enough. And I also do like that 7 elements. They actually do have a shot at this as well because they've been sneaky, hiding over the south side. They take things really slowly because they don't want to be caught by BTR. And the further they go, I think eventually when teams get busy, that's where they will find that moment to actually go in for the strike.
Indeed. If we're looking at the exact position of each team, they are actually like have a very fair situation in terms of like chance to get the winner chicken dinner. But Art, who has been holding on the angle towards Team 7 Element, finally have his shot to eliminate all of the players. And now we are down to 3 teams. Not only 3 teams, but 3 players in each team. Pandem, BTR, and also Team Vagabond Saudi, where the stage number 9 is in the house, and we are gonna witnessing the bloodbath between the 3.
The stage is set, the perfect scenario, equal chances for all. Vagabonds back against the blue zone, with only a fence for them to cover up. Eyed out by Panda. Can they make it out alive? They try a different move, and they actually send Boity running out. Somehow he survives with a little bit of coverage, but now it's only down to Boity. They were the first one to crash out. This will be an Indonesian chicken dinner, but the question remains, is it Team Pandem? Is it BTR? The knock went true. Things are going to get a little bit more difficult, but the revives will be sent right in, but nades are also being dropped right through. Dibsy now looking for that flank. He will be in charge of taking on Arc, but here, take a look at Chill Guy. He's driving right past. He is trying to take the center away from Pandem, and now baiting some shots from Dibsy.
Oh my god, what a nice entry knock here that Arc has been doing now with the grenade, and they are gonna be rushing into the defensive area of Team Pandem, and they are gonna looking for some trade here from Team Pandem, and that is another knockdown, and Team BTR managed to get the winner chicken dinner and managed to use all of the advantage that they got ever since the game starts.
It came late, but it is still the massive chicken dinner in hand for Bigatron Knights, showing that they are still one of the titans from Indonesia and will be giving themselves a big shot for the grand finals with a massive 20 points when they went up ahead. Team Pandem, wow, that was explosive, Donna.
Yeah, it was. And I really love how actually BTR once again managed to maximize and capitalize all of the advantage that they got. And also it's quite they're quite thankful actually, because Team 40 is coming towards their side, and then they got to eliminate the players, and that they got to like loot all of the boxes from Team 40, right? So therefore they are not running out of ammos and whatsoever, like grenade and also maybe Molotov. We're talking about like all of the utilities here at the end of the game. So yeah, a very great situation coming from Team BTR, and all of the initiation that they implement was top notch.
Yeah, I definitely can't agree more to that, because they followed through their protocol, and once they actually see that this circle is actually shrinking closer and closer to where they usually start, you know, most of the teams, when they see circle shifts, they tend to try to take the direct center wherever the circle goes. Like, that's not the case for BTR. They say, okay, we stay put, we can actually get a lot of information from the north, we can get a lot of information from the south. All it takes is that discipline to not be too overzealous to take too many fights. Even though you saw there was so many opportunities where maybe they can get involved in that Boom versus Vagabond fight over onto the corner of the map. They could also get a little bit more for the teams, so like 7th element right down below Picado when they were trying to climb. And all they really have to do, wait, and then the fight will come to us.
And now with 2 of the players from BTR is have to have the data here in terms of head-to-head with 6 elimination compared to Arc with 3 elimination. The question is gonna be bigger regarding who are the players who's actually been playing in BTR now, and who is the players is gonna be in BTR in the next season, because they've been doing quite well, and especially today, especially because they got winner chicken dinner. But ASL Gangsta is actually the MVP of the match with 6 elimination, and once again almost a 1k damage output.
Yeah, this is super well deserved. We saw that clutch inside the warehouse, and then after that clutch, he still continued on to rally, taking another 3 points. It's 100% team contribution. He's the only one with the points, so it's crazy. The real OG Gangsta is here to stay. But of course, joining him will be Chill Guy from BTR, Billbot from Team Pandem as well, which was pivotal, and then followed by AST's Tamang, where AST, I think like AST has shown that they are a very strong early game team. I kind of want to see tomorrow if they can improve on their mid and late game, because their survivability isn't that high, but they usually walk away with a lot of kill points.
Agreed. But we're gonna have a little bit of update in terms of all of the total points that all of the teams has now. 22 points total for Bigatron. Team Pandem have shown us some resilience, some really great gameplay and also strategy, and they got to collect 10 elimination points in total. The second biggest after Team BTR now, and then the third biggest is actually from Tribe Aromacy here, as well as Abrupt, who got the 6th elimination point. But as the any other statistics here, we got like 400-ish longest distance elimination. This is a huge number, but we're talking about Miramar. It is actually like quite expected, right? To have a really long battle in Miramar.
Yeah, as much as expected, I'm still very impressed because you saw how many players actually carry DPS's S12Ks to go into battle. Like Maxius still relies on his sharp aim from long distance to be able to actually get something done. Still is something to behold. So for now, I think that has been the longest distance coverage, which, you know, maybe tomorrow somebody else will try to claim that away. But that is all the action that we have. I have been super entertained. I've been super satisfied because, you know, we were hoping to see big wins. But we got ourselves big wins. We were hoping to see BTR bounce back. They did bounce back. And I think tomorrow there's still opportunities as well for a race to be on, because now I think they're trying to establish themselves. Tomorrow it's crunch time, Donna.
For real. And what I like about today is we kind of see like not only BTR is actually like maximizing their advantage, right, to get the winner chicken dinner, but most of the other team that got winner chicken dinner, like ASI, GRX, ASL, Pandem, and also 7th Element, who got the previous winner chicken dinner, they're also maximizing the advantages that they got ever since the game started in each match of today. But we're rounding up in the overall MVP here. Doraemon from ASI8 is actually the overall MVP of today, because he got 14 elimination points for his teams and also almost 3k damage output as well.
A pretty crazy number if you really think about how many points he brings back to ASI8, which is how they've remained consistent at the top of the ladder. And of course, DRX are also heavy contenders. They are mainly consistent. They are not the flashiest team out there to try to play for big wins, but usually they are within the top 4, which is why, like, you can see some amazing stats come from QXC. Arc came out huge throughout the last 2 rounds from Erangel to Miramar. It's been fantastic. Kenny, I was surprised to actually see Kenny on board as well, but it's good to actually see, you know, names like Sem9 to also have a little bit of contribution to the board. But these are our overall fraggers after Game 6.
Oh my god, look at that total elimination point that Dora M1 has. 14. The gap is actually like kind of huge compared to the second player, the second fraggers here, which is Nati from the Xavier. Because usually we only see maybe 1 to 2 gap points in terms of elimination from the first player to the second players, but now it's 5. And I think Dora M1 is actually need to keep it up again for the remaining matches that he gonna play. But over rankings, DRX is still on top of the game with 43 total points, but Pactum is there actually because they got such a huge number of elimination points at the end of the game. They up to 2 or second place now, and only 1 point difference from the RX.
Yeah, perhaps like the placement points is where the tiebreaker comes in as well, because they have the same amount of chicken dinners and also kill volumes are there. But with that big win as well, BTR has already moved into the first page, so they are somewhat safe for now. I don't want to call it too soon because there's still a lot of matches for tomorrow and the day after. Meanwhile, we move into top 10 to top 8. AST has now pushed to 18th spot, whereas Vagabonds from that last round, they moved deeper and deeper, now getting close to the top 10 at 11 spots. So that's good news for, you know, fans of Vagabond. While the last page, unfortunately, will have to work even harder. But, you know, if you don't see those names that you love and wonder where they are, yeah, they are right here. RRQ, I think they started off well in match 2 and match 3, but it didn't end up as good as we thought it would be for RRQ.
Yeah, they are still at the 19th place here in the overall rankings. But the fact that we see some of the big names getting out of the bottom is actually kind of good to see, like FALCONS, the Xavier. Like one of them is also BTR, because like I believe, and as I remember, those are the 3 of many big names that are being stuck in the bottom place of the overall rankings in the previous matches, right? So yeah, it's been good for them, and it is actually also a big chance for the other teams like the Infinity, Team Secret, and maybe RRQ and all of the other teams as well to really stepping up the game for tomorrow and gonna get like the better result for the second day.
Yeah, all it takes is that one big fat chicken dinner and then they are all sorted. They can actually get out of that dangerous scenario, provided if they can find it. So, of course, it's been a long day for the players. Might be a long day for some of those viewers out there, you know. But, hey, I hope you guys are all entertained. And Donna, thank you very much for joining us for
Thank
today.
you very much.
I enjoyed my time a whole lot. Like I said, I would love to cast with you again, Donna. So
yeah.
That being said, I believe it's time for us to wrap up. Any last words before, of course, we close the show?
Yeah, of course. Thank you so much for you, Contra. Thank you so much for all of the viewers who has been supporting us and also supporting all of the players here, giving all of the good words towards all of the players who's been competing. So make sure you guys tune in again tomorrow, because like the actions in the Clash of Giants Season 6 is actually very insane. And also, once again, thank you so much for hearing me yaps for the past 2 days.
Likewise, I would say the same as well. So, of course, till then, ladies and gents, we'll see you guys tomorrow for more Clash of Giants here in the Ruthless Hype Esports. Good night.
Good night. Bye-bye.
Bye.